A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit for round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We've had a ripper opening couple of rounds. First round at Sandown in February. And of course, last month we had round number 2 at Winton, and we were greeted with beautiful sunshine all weekend long at the Winton Motor Raceway. A little bit of inclement conditions here today at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit to open up proceedings, and of course round 4 will be back at Sandown on the 12th, 13th and 14th of August, and round 5 here 23, 24, 25 of September. But it's a very, very warm welcome to everyone. I guess get yourself a nice vantage point inside the car, somewhere around the track, or indeed everyone joining us on the live stream for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships right around the world. A big welcome to the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Callum Brannigan, fresh from the Bathurst 6 Hour. Callum, welcome to round 3.
Good afternoon, Darren. Good afternoon, everybody around the circuit and tuning in from home. Yes, it was a brilliant weekend a couple of weekends ago up at Bathurst for the High Tech Oils 6 Hour. Always a popular event, and quite a few Victorian state level competitors making the trek. The long trip up to Bathurst, obviously the premier circuit in Australia for numerous support categories. So it's good to see a healthy cohort of the Victorian state level competitors that we are probably going to see here this weekend making the trip up to Bathurst. And that was my commentary debut up there. It's a massive privilege to be able to do that, and taking the gong away from you just a little bit, Darren, but calling alongside the great man Gary O'Brien. It was very fun.
Well, we go from Mount P to P Island, and that's it here, Phillip Island here this weekend. And there's a really special treat coming our way later on in the High Tech Oils MG and invited British cars. We have got a magnificent piece of kit sitting down in the pit area, so we're hoping for dry conditions so we can roll out that beautiful vehicle. We'll come to that in a moment. It's a very special year, 2022, for the local organising club here, PIAC, the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, or to its friends, PIAC, and they are celebrating 70th anniversary of existence here at Phillip Island, and a worthy celebration held actually the same weekend as round 2 was at Winton for the State Series. And it's great to be able to acknowledge a club of any description that's been around for 70 continuous years. It's a great achievement, and it really testament to, I guess, the forefathers and the forethought to, first of all, get a piece of real estate like this and drop a racetrack on it. And if you've ever done anything with the committee, these things don't come easy. Everyone's got to be in agreement and get that done. So I guess from everyone on the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships to PIAC, happy 70th anniversary, and enjoy the celebrations right throughout this calendar year. Of course, one of the things that is going to be very interesting tomorrow at 12:17 is there's going to be some track activity, and it's going to be a speed comparison. And the Brabham BT62 will be on track. We're actually hoping to see the BT62 again. It's already been out in qualifying when it was drier earlier this morning, but we're hoping to see the 5.2 litre Coyote-powered Brabham out there on track with Tim Slade driving it. So professional supercar racer, and has raced in S5000 and TCR as well this year. So another different sort of a vehicle for Tim Slade, who is a professional racer, and that's what they do. When someone throws a steering wheel in your hands, you have a bit of a look around, kick the tyres, make sure everything's all good, and away you go. So massive privilege for Tim. He has driven the car at Tail and Bend before, and I've got to say, for all of us here at the track, it's going to be great to see that car. It has debuted. Luke Yulden has done the fastest lap around Mount Panorama. It's going to be interesting because this car is actually going to be in a race, so it actually can be a lap record. That's how they're officially scored. So looking forward to seeing that out on track. And the MG invited British cars are going to be on track at 1:38. So stick around for that. But part of the 70th anniversary of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club will be that track activity tomorrow at 12:17. Well worth getting your backside down here to see that little bit of entertainment. I guess one of the main bits of entertainment of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship is we have a race. We go home, we have dinner, we have breakfast, we come back and we go race right throughout the day. So the beauty is we don't have dancing girls and we don't have all that sort of thing. We are going to have a speed comparison tomorrow, which is really relevant. It's going to feature some drivers of the State Series. But we've got our first race for round 3 on the track now, and it is the Formula Fords. Callum, you've been the finger on the pulse, man, for Formula Fords for a couple of seasons now. And this is some tricky conditions for these guys, isn't it?
Extremely tricky. We saw Jordan Sinney, who's one of the front runners in both the Victorian State and the Australian National Series. He had a bit of an off going into turn 2. Lukey Heights just then on the warm-up lap. So if that's not an indication of how slippery it is out there at the moment, then I don't know what is. But yeah, definitely very tricky conditions. Some of the teams joking that they were pulling out the yacht setup for this weekend because they are essentially canoes at certain points when they're going across the rivers, especially with the heavy rain conditions that we've seen earlier this afternoon. So the young guys and girls out there on the circuit will certainly have their the work cut out, keeping it on the black stuff. But we have on pole position Kobe Williams in the number 94 Spectrum alongside his teammate Matthew Holmes to make it at Altitech Racing front row. Outstanding qualifying session in the dry for that team earlier this morning, making their way past the hay shed on the warm-up lap, or the sighting lap, coming out of the Dunman grid to get this 6-lap race underway. Jordan Sinney starting from 3rd position, and just behind him you can see on the screen at the moment the number 4 McGale, the Sonic Motor Racing Services prepared car, driven by Matthew Hillier. Hillier's absolutely shot onto the scene in season 2022. He's had an outstanding start. And it's good to see him pressing on. He starts from the 2nd row alongside his main rival, Jordan Sinney. We've got Santa Lucia starting out of 5th position alongside Kyle Evans in 6th position. Xavier Kokai in the number 10 car starting out of 7th position in the high 0 Spectrum. He's had a pretty good season so far. He's continuing to find plenty of pace as he comes to grips with Formula Ford racing, and at certain points this year has had Angelo Mazuris, who we all know through Carrera Cup and Super 2 competition as a driver coach. He actually has driver coaching duties for the Spectrum team on certain weekends, so definitely benefiting from that experience.
And of course, a Formula Ford racer of absolute note as well.
2019 series champion, or series winner. And yeah, continuing to feed back to the young guys and girls, the up-and-comers, the stars of tomorrow in Formula Ford racing for you today. So coming down onto the grid, taking their positions nice and slowly. Big thank you to the volunteer officials this weekend. The weather conditions are not perfect. It is wet and cold out there, and it looks extremely difficult, especially when the wind picks up. So we have to say big thank you to the officials who are doing it quite tough, standing out in the open at the moment.
Joe Fawcett will be out of position number 8, the Ballarat racer. Connor Summers to Harrison Sellers. Nicholas Mendez back to Bailey Collins. Harrison Blanchard. Jack Clifford out of 14th there. Carly Fleming out of the 15th. We go back to the Kent engine cars, which is the second split in the grid you can see there. Brendan Jones sitting right beside Richard Davison, who was fastest in qualifying. James Meaden, Andrew McGuinness, great to see Andrew out there. Peter Fitzgerald and Phil Marinon, a whole lot of blokes returning to the game, and we get underway.
That was a stall there from Matthew Holmes, the number 41 car, not getting away there, unfortunately. So, bit of a leap. I think he panicked just a little bit. His foot might have slipped off the clutch. Stalled the car, got it fired up immediately and back up underway. But it is Jordan Sinney in the XL Building Services number 5. Dirty Digger Spectrum is shot into the lead. Kobe Williams, he's up the inside in the number 94 Spectrum. But look how wet it is. It looks like they've tagged. And it's he sent the car of Kyle Evans off. So Kyle off on driver's right-hand side. It looks like they might have made light wheel contact going into the southern loop. But Matthew Hillier making a great start as well. He's up into 3rd position. Xavier Kokai shadowing them in 4th position.
Harrison Blanchard didn't get away nicely either. They're out of position number 13. The number 3 didn't get off the line there as well as what he would have liked. And interestingly enough, we've got a Blanchard going to be entered in the National Series at Winton next weekend as well. So a return for Tim Blanchard. I would suggest probably in that number 3 car we just saw on screen there. This is back to the leaders now. The number 4 doing nicely. Matthew Hillier going very wide. Interestingly enough, getting just onto the painted surface there, and that would have been Santalucci that got sideways. So at this point in time, it's stay off any painted surface as much as you can as the number 4. Massive understeer for Hillier. and around the outside.
Have a go at that move around the outside from Xavier Kokai. So he's doing the smart thing. He's looking for the grippier parts of the circuit, which is where or out in the grey, where all the rubber and all the pickup, all the dirty stuff on the outside happens to be the grippiest part of the circuit at the moment. So you can see a very good example there of Kokai exploring. He's willing to take a risk and try and find a grip. You can actually see Holmes. He's not on the usual line. He's on the outside there. He's having a great battle with the number 34 cars. They're coming onto the main straight for the first time. It's incredibly slick out there. They are tiptoeing at the moment as they're still trying to get the Yokohama AO48 semi-slick tyres up to temperature. A mandated control tyre, a very versatile, resilient tyre as well, but it's, as you can see, it works very well in the drive, and it's just as brilliant in the wet as well. And it looks like Bailey Collins in the number 96 car. He's made up many positions on the first lap. He's jumped up into P7, and on our screen at the moment as well, you've got Jack Clifford there in the number 61 car, the orange McGale. He had issues with third gear. He was jumping out of third gear in qualifying, so that pushed him to the back of the field. And just back to the point about Xavier Kokai, as he goes off track there, he's got a bit of a broken toe this weekend, a bit of a footsore accident between events, so he's nursing a sore foot. He doesn't reckon it's causing him too much drama out there on the circuit at the moment, but
tight little footwell in a Formula 4 too, so I guess they're not going to be rocking and rolling around too much as he would in a sedan or something like that. So held in nicely. Interesting on that opening lap, Joe Fawcett and Bailey Collins have come through. Joe started out of 8th, he's up to 6th, and Bailey Collins started out of 12th, then he's up to 7th. So that's a ripping start. There's Harrison Blanchard we're talking about in the number 3, had a tough start off the line, and he's gone back into 13th place, right with Richard Davison there. So the Kent engine cars versus the Duratec engine vehicles. So, you know, an engine out of an Escort from the 60s or an engine out of a Fiesta from the late 1990s, early 2000s. That's the difference in the class. The chassis and the rules, apart from those engine changes, have had very little tweaks over the years. Here's the 94 parked up.
That's the pole sitter, that's Williams. So he's parked up on the exit of Siberia. The car doesn't look like it's very active at the moment, and I'm not too sure what's happened to that car. There doesn't look to be any damage at this stage. I wouldn't say be stuck on the grass either, so we're just keeping an eye out for the safety car. We'll have to wait and see what race control elect to do. Matthew Hillier down the main straight, just off camera at the moment. He's coming under fire from Matthew Holmes, who's making his way back into P2. He's up the inside as they go into turn 1. That's incredibly close. Extremely slick out there at the moment, so they're definitely earning their money this afternoon, but Hillier does a fantastic job defending. But the number 41, you can see the Ultratec, the green and black Spectrum. Just back in the 3rd position at the moment. Matthew Holmes is a paediatrician up from Tasmania. He's committed to a Victorian campaign in Formula 4 this year. Always very happy to see Matthew's a very friendly face up and down the pit lane and does fantastic work away from the racetrack as well. So great to see him featuring. But this is our race leader at the moment in the Dirty Diggers Spectrum, Jordan Sinney, doing a fantastic job in the lead. We had a great battle between him and Matthew Hillier at the last round. That was round 2 at Winton about a month and a half ago, 6 weeks ago. A fantastic battle between those two. And is that the car of Williams that's cleared, actually? I'm not too sure if I saw that on the driver's right-hand side that time around. So green flags at that part of the circuit as well. So hopefully there isn't an obstacle for drivers to negotiate on the right. No, Williams is still stuck there. So obviously drivers having to play it safe through that part of the circuit.
Seeing green flags there, so obviously the officials are saying, yeah, it's clear to race, so get back on with it. Of course, yellow flags indicating that you cannot pass, and it is not a catch-up flag. You are to take action, get out of the throttle, and be expected to be in 100% control of the vehicle, as we see the 23 just sliding off there. Joe Fawcett going back a spot after a ripping start. He's just lost that one little spot in the 23, so he goes back to, that'll be 7th, I think, on the road there. No, actually 5th, because he was up as far as 4th, and he swapped spots there with the 96, which is Bailey Collins, who started out of 12th, so 12th, so that's a really good run, a drive of the race so far there for Collins, bringing it up that far. We'll see the times now have updated on the scoring, and Collins is now into 4th, and Fawcett to 5th. Sellers, and Jack Clifford, another one that you mentioned, Callum, that's come through.
Hillier.
Hillier goes wide. And what this is doing is that it's actually giving Jordan Sinney really a free kick in this race. He's a ripping driver, came to my attention a couple of seasons ago. In fact, it was Darren Hossack, ex-supercar racer and multiple times supercar Australian champion and Australian national sports sedan champion that brought him to our attention, and he was working with him going back a couple of seasons ago. So it's good to see Jordan out in front and actually provided us at the start of last season with one of the best bits of footage we've seen on the State Series Racing. The 94 still parked up. There was that run down to Dandenong Road in the back of, what was the car? They're coming down into anyway, right up the gearbox that went out over the back of the riffle strip. We'll come back to that. It was certainly my moment of the season last year, and I forgot who the competitors were.
I think I've seen James Meaden spearing off as well, on camera now. So that's the number 86, Van Diemen, off at turn 12. And he is out of the car almost immediately, buried in the sand trap. But local yellows at that part of the circuit, not too sure if they'll need to deploy a safety car, but it is incredibly slippery out there at the moment. And that mistake from Matthew Hillier had devastating consequences for him. So he's fallen off the podium at the moment. Sinney from Matthew Holmes and Bailey Collins making his way up onto the podium at the moment. So this is the battle for third position at the moment. Hillier with a great exit. It looks like the track is slowly drying, and if there's any temperature in those Yokohama AO 48s, this is certainly the best time to be using it around the slick track. Fantastic technical package in Formula Ford. They are a bespoke space frame chassis. You've got the Miguel chassis, which is very successfully imported from France. And you've also got the locally built and developed Spectrum chassis as well. All cars weigh 510 kilos. They've got a 1.6 litre Fiesta engine or a 1.6 litre Cortina engine behind. The Duratec cars, Fiesta cars, produce about 110 horsepower. The Kent cars around 90 horsepower as well. So a bit of a disparity between the two classes. But when you've got people like Richard Davison, who was motor racing royalty, he's driving the same car that Garth Tander took to the 1997 Australian Championship win, and that was then handed down to Richard's sons Alex and Will Davison to get their circuit racing berths. Bailey Collins, meanwhile, defending beautifully from Matthew Hillier as they come through Honda.
Massive understeer for Bailey coming through turn 3 that time around. He just lost all front end grip. He looked like he was heading towards Bass Strait for about half a second there, and he gathered it all up, got the car, got some grip again. Some amazing skills being on display in Formula Ford over its now 52 years of existence that Formula Ford has been here in Australia, and we had a massive celebration at Sandown a couple of years ago for that, and really looking forward to seeing what the next 50 years of Formula Ford can bring as we go on another understeer off onto the grass, and that will be like a canoe right there. Let's just hope the all four corners stay on the number 40.
That's Richard Davison. So he's having a shocker this afternoon. That's unfortunate for him. He had it coming together with Brendan Jones at round 2 6 weeks ago as well. Jones is currently leading the 1600 class. And coming across the line, however, that's Jordan Sinney to take race 1 of 3 of the Speco VHT Victorian Formula Ford Championship. Matthew Holmes started P2, finishes P2. Great race for him despite falling off the circuit. And it's Bailey Collins who'll take third position just ahead of Matthew Hillier. Joe Fawcett, a fantastic effort to be home in 5th position. Harrison Sellers, the young Tasmanian, home in 6th position. Sorry, that's Xavier Kokar home in 6th. He just got ahead of Sellers. So that's a great little battle between those two, with Kyle Evans home in 8th position.
Terrific race as always with Formula Ford. Great to see them out on track, and as you said in the opening comments, Callum, a really big thank you to all of our volunteer officials trackside. You can see them all there on the screen, smack bang right in the middle of the screen at pit exit. They're all huddled in the to try and stay warm, and they're all around the track, some nearly 200 officials, to make sure that this magnificent Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit keeps running. And we send a very special thank you to all of our Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, of course all the members of PIARC that take up all the roles around the track, and Team Medical that represent the all-important medical backup that we require at these kind of events at these kind of circuits. So just echoing that, and we'll keep saying that right throughout this weekend, because when it's weather like this, it can be a pretty unpleasant task to be trackside waving flags or wheeling cars onto the trailers or trucks as they've been damaged throughout the race. But I tell you what, there's no better position or view of the action than being trackside as a Motorsport Australia volunteer official. It really is a thrilling hobby that a lot of people really do take up on. So if you are interested in volunteering, then jump on the Motorsport Australia website, or on the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club website, or on the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, or Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, whichever one you think you've got a bit of an interest for. We're always looking for people to help us run race meetings, but a really big thank you to all of the officials around the track.
Massive thank you. So it looks like Phil Marinon in the number 70 Galloway. He's the last competitor across the line there, as he would, by his own admission, would have predicted at the start of this race. He's a little bit down on pace, as he told me in the paddock earlier this afternoon. So that was the opening race for Formula Ford this weekend. We've got 2 races coming up tomorrow. It's always good to get a nice early slot for the Formula Ford cohort on the schedule, because a lot of them are teenagers, and a lot of them have homework to do when they need to get home as soon as possible, break out the laptop computers and the textbooks, and get their noses into some education. So it's always good for a nice early mark for the Formula Ford competitors. And there's also just a little bit of clean-up at turn 12 to clean up the James Meaden Van Diemen. But the hard-working officials are already cleaning that one up, so it shouldn't affect the schedule too much. Darren, we've got coming up next.
Certainly have. So Formula Ford tomorrow morning, 9:10 for their first race. Second one at 12:26. We've got a very packed schedule, as you can see, down to the minute there. Next on track is the historic touring cars and the HQ Holdens. We'll be back with more from Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit in just a couple of moments. Welcome back to round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And the popularity of these championships at the moment, I guess one of the features of that is that we do have to blend a couple of fields together. And, well, we're not actually blending them together. They're being run separately, but we'll have 2 separate grids on the track with this race coming out on track at the moment. It is the historic touring cars and HQ Holdens for their race 1 for the weekend. I've been joined by the absolute legend out of the Thunderdome and everything HQs. Dave Amor, your thoughts on this round 3 for the HQs here at the State Series?
Well, mate, it's so important for the HQs to be here because that's part of the the State Series, and that's where we started 31 years ago. We've got 10 cars here, and it's absolutely fantastic. Steve Banks in the 76 car. 3 years he's been trying to conquer Phillip Island, and this weekend he's done it, ladies and gentlemen. He's on pole for the HQs. That's the 76 car. Alongside him is Andrew McLeod in the 82 car. Then we've got Perry Beckers, Andrew Magilton. Now, Andrew Magilton won at Bathurst, ladies and gentlemen, 7 weeks ago. The 6-hour race up there. Andrew Magilton actually was in the top 3 all weekend and had a fantastic run, and he took home the trophy. The trophy was 3 camshafts high. That's
Pretty
how
good
big
trophy,
it was.
wasn't it? Yeah.
It was a fair income trophy,
yeah,
mate.
it was a good trophy.
Absolutely brilliant for a gentleman that we lost just before Christmas as well from Queensland that was really all about HQs and the start of HQs and everything else like that. So fantastic. It's got to be interesting. It's got to be wet. The V8s there, where you can see the NC cars, mate, on their skinny little tyres. They will be trying to survive, you could say, going around Phillip Island.
Yeah,
and
the historic touring cars have got an 8-car field here this weekend, so mixing them up with the HQs. Out of pole position is Darren Collins in that magnificent white Mcnamara. You can see coming around with the stripes over the bonnet. A magnificent looking race car, that one there of Darren Collins. Glenn Miles right alongside, and that's terrific to see Glenn there. Peter Mullen, Bill Trengove in there as well. Wayne Rogerson, James McNiven in the little RX2 there. The number, that's Wayne Rogerson. McNiven in the 38 there as well in the little RX2. I'm surprised we haven't got Darren Hossack here. I think he blew an engine actually at the historic event, so hasn't made it back. Jeff Monday and Justin Brown round out that field of historic touring cars as well. Great to see, as you said, Glenn McDonald back, Andrew Lawton back with a fresh engine as well. And actually, what I'm looking for is Gavin Ross, because he's out there. Yeah, he actually blew an engine yesterday and been home overnight, back to Box Hill to GMG and rebuilt an engine for it.
Yeah, you certainly have, Gavin Ross. He had crankshaft movement backwards and forwards of almost quarter of an inch. For you, Darren, that's a hell of a lot. And it wasn't real good at all. Had oil leaks, had all those issues and dramas, but he fixed it. Now, the 38 car is Jim McNiven from Leangatha, not James, all right?
Yep.
All right, he's only 70-something, so don't let him come up all the way up here, mate, to give you a tanning. But
that's from the local auto barn down there, aren't they?
Yeah,
that's
slash
right.
Auto Pro now.
Auto Pro. There we go. We'll catch up with the the latest stuff from the gossip. That's why we've got you here, Dave. You're the king of gossip. Facts elude you, but the gossip is good from you. The number 97 takes up his pole spot, and right next to the Charger. Geez, I tell you what, the six-pack's going to be working hard, isn't it, to keep up with the Chevy?
Yeah, it certainly is. Good to see Just Cars. Now, they've been with them for a long, long time, Darren, haven't they?
Yeah, it is pretty cool to see sponsors staying on board for a long, long time. The Kiwis are got a terrific sponsor as well with Tyre Power, and they've been pretty generous and pretty loyal with their support for HQs for quite some time as well. We're not too far away from a race start. We'll watch the historic touring cars blaze away, and then there'll be a small gap, and then the HQs will take off. But I'm fully expecting the cars on the right-hand side of the track, Darren Collins and the number 43, Peter Muehlman, to drive away very nicely with this. The number 16, I love the number on position number 2. And he gets away beautifully and leaves me absolutely flailing, but it is Collins grabs second gear and applies the power. The six-pack goes with him. The Charger and the Mcnamara are going to go side by side, and the whole field has gone all as one. So that wasn't what I was expecting to see, but certainly fantastic. We're going to get the HQs start to mix it up with a bit of RX2s and Capellas down through there. Have a look at these HQs doing what they've been doing for decades now.
Certainly is. Door handle, bumper to bumper, through turn 1 up to turn 2. McLeod's trying to go down the inside there with the 76 car there at Banks. We've got Barry Beckers around the outside, and McDonald around the outside is the way to go, but you've only got a 15th and then it's all over, Darren. So got to be so careful. As you can see, have a look at that. Beckers way out in front.
I got to say, that was a really good start for the Kiwis. They could have really gone into each other. Andrew Magilton in the number 14 there. Sorry, I'm stealing your thunder, aren't I, mate? I was stealing your thunder on social media at Bathurst too. I was Magiltoning away on the Facebook all weekend long. But good to see the number 14 doing such a great job up at Mount P. But in the mix here at the moment, this is our front of our historic touring car field, and it is Darren Collins, and he is leading Glenn Miles and Peter Muleman. And those higher powered cars really have driven away with it. I actually thought some of these underpowered cars, being that it's still greasy out there, it's not dry by any stretch of the imagination. There is a drying line or changing conditions as we've got the 90 going out wide there. That's Perry Beckers. And he's giving it everything HQ style all the way back over to the edge of the track. You see the car squirm as it hit the blue and white painted lines. You've got to keep off the lines, don't you?
Yeah, you certainly do. And the worst thing was, mate, he got to the lead and now he's second last. Gavin Ross is doing a bit of weaving in there over the back there, past the old hay shed, the old Foster's hay shed that used to be there, not even a hay shed anymore. So as they come down into MG and Andrew Magilton's out the front, Gavin Ross is up into second from qualifying 6th. McLeod's not doing too bad. Steve Banks is back into fourth for the HQs as the front running NC cars come onto the front straight. Have a listen to them growl coming down the front straight.
In fact, it's the 16, the six-pack that's screaming its head off, isn't it?
It
Triple Webbers down the inside, looks into the side of the Chevy and streams on through. Have a look at that. The Charger just gets it. Nicely done there. Collins hasn't done with it though. He's going to have a look at the outside run here. Tricky running for these heavy cars. I guess they're putting a really heavy foot on the ground, really. That's why they're being able to hang on to it. Maybe the lighter cars are just sort of moving around on the surface a little bit here. But these guys aren't mucking around. They're getting the power down when they can. As Collins starts to stretch the legs of the Chevy-powered V8 Camaro. Brilliant looking race car, this one. It just absolutely is magnificent. You walk past it in the garage. In fact, you can't. You've got to go over and have a bit of a look at it, a bit of a sticky beat. Holds on around the outside with the number 16 Charger of Glenn Miles. He is just getting shown a clean set of heels a little bit there as well. I do appreciate the high-vis rear-facing lights on all the race cars now in these sorts of conditions. Helps. I guess we're not in thick spray or anything like that at the moment, but certainly allows cars that are following when it's tricky conditions like this to spot the car in the rain. But these three front-running cars in the Group N, in the historic touring car race, Collins, Miles, Muleman, back to James McNiven, Wayne Rogerson, and then it's Justin Brown and Jeff Mundy. And then we've got the first of the HQs, which is Andrew Magilton, Gavin Ross, who's done a brilliant job. He's come from the rear and is working hard and had worked well and hard truly into the night last night to get an engine back in this car. And in true Gavin Ross fashion, he's leaving no stone unturned to get a victory, isn't he?
Well, he certainly is. Right beside him is the 87 car, Lucky 87, and McDonald. Then we've got McLeod, Banks. Banks was on pole, remember, he's gone back 5 positions. Tony Maloney, good to see him back out there in the green HQ. Andrew Lawton, new engine. Ryan Woods, I thought, Ryan, I can't see him out there actually.
Can you hear that? Did you hear that? That was a rotary symphony coming out of Honda, out of MG. Then look at this. This is going to be a great sound coming down the straight. Here, have a look at this. 2 rotors, number 70 and the number 38, racing each other, giving it a bit of a scream. Good 7,500, 8,000 RPM out of these two protagonists. And I like the bit of original registration there, a bit of Japanese registration plate on the McNiven car. Oh, what a symphony. They go down past our vantage point. Here they come. They crest the hill under the Melbourne sign. down into turn number 1. McNiven now just being shown a clean set of heels. So, in fact, he looks like he's may have some issues there, just backing out of it a little bit. But it's all happening in the HQs down the front straight this time. 2 and 3 wide, as is standard. When you put your order in for some car racing and you say, I want some HQs, you want 2 and 3 and 4 wide sometimes. Dave, we've even seen 5, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have, mate, but that's when it's normally been nice and dry. It is still damp down there. You can see a bit of spray coming off the cars. Perry Beckers isn't having a good run. He's gone off again. But I'm just trying to see. Yeah, Ryan Woods has gone past me again, and I missed him. That's the 27 car. That's Eddie Woods' son there, HSD. The bat phone is going, so I'd probably say we've lost a lap or something like that. It'd be interesting to see what race control's got to say. The fastest HQ out there is Gavin Ross with a 125.6. The fastest guy out there in the 97 car is a 207 there at Collins in the NCs.
Well, interestingly enough, we're quite a long way away off both classes' fastest laps for the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. You know, you're sort of talking well and truly into the 50s with historic touring cars, but these conditions are pretty tricky. But look at this. There's this battle raging now. There's Banks, who started off pole, hasn't really able to bring the crop in though, has he? He's just sort of gone backwards a little bit there.
He certainly has, mate, and I don't blame him. I know what it feels like on a greasy track in a HQ, and I tell you what, it's like a cat on a hot tin roof, you could say, mate. You've still got to be so careful. You've got to be real. Oh, Banksy, we just spoke about him. Banksy's come off there. He'll be okay. He'll be doing a bit of gardening to try and get back on. He's got the Kenders 8x14 screaming on there on the grass at the moment.
Where's the best place to get them from?
Kenders, well, you can either get them from me. Highway Tyres is where we get the tyre from, and then we've got some guys down there. We've got Stucky Tyres and also Craig that also buffs the Kenders. So we get a brand new tyre that's got 9mm of tread, and then we leave about 2 to 3mm of tread on it, and that's what the HQs race with. Now they race with that tyre 90% of the time. The only time we would put mum and dad's tyre on it or full Kender on it if it's absolutely pouring with rain that we're not going to have this weekend, Darren.
No, we've already seen that. We've already seen that. It's gone by.
Good.
The point I was making is if you need a set of tyres, Tyre Power's where you probably should go and get them, isn't it? Thanks to Tyre Power for all their support with the HQs right across the 2022 season.
Fantastic to see Tyre Power really come on board. They've been on board now for over 4 years here in Victoria, and we've always had fantastic windscreen sponsors, and it's been absolutely brilliant. Eddie Albanica many years ago. Then we had also a buying group there at Furniture Gully Motors. They were on board for 5 or 6 years as well, and we've had Tyre Power, like I said, for a good 4, if not 5 years now as well.
Yeah, Melbourne's Cheapest Cars was around for a long time there with HQs, weren't they?
Yep, he certainly is, and now he's a tradie. He sells tradie utes now, mate.
He does, yeah.
I reckon you could almost fit into one, Darren.
Oh, I like my comfort a little bit more than a tradie ute these days. Have a look at that slide back there, 2 of them just getting out in there, the 99 and the 27, which is Ryan Woods and Tony Melody. Tony in the 99 just getting it cranked sideways, did not ease on the throttle for a second. It was a bit of oversteer, which you can generally control. I'm pretty sure coming around turn 3 in a HQ, understeer is not friendly.
No.
That's not going to. It's going to end up in tears. Here we go again. Look at this. It's like controlled drifting with these two.
Yep, it certainly is, and the lap times are coming down and down. About 5 seconds quicker now for the NC cars, and the HQs are 6 seconds. Times are coming down. As you can see, the track is drying out. That might help the next field of people going out there, give them a bit of an idea of what's happening, what's going on. A pitch report with no keys.
That's right. Well, yeah, it's we've got a drying line, so the next couple of categories are really going to enjoy that. The MG and invited British cars with a BT62 Brabham thrown in there for good measure. Formula V's and improved production. I reckon by the time the improved production get out there, it's going to be a dry line, so those big horsepower cars are going to enjoy it again. Rodney Woods again cracks it sideways in the 27. He's having a bit of a drifting benefit out there at the moment, just showing his skills. And around goes the black car, which is Leighton, goes around in the number 35, one of the sponsors for this weekend, in fact, the BB Blastmasters car. And, of course, got 2 sponsors this weekend, BMW Plumbing in Division 1, and Division 2 is the B&B Master Blast. So that's Andrew Lawton. And he's just stopped there. Unfortunately, that's not a good place to stop with your HQ facing into the traffic, that's for sure.
Certainly, he may have a bit of an issue trying to start. No, the car is going. He's fired it up. He's got it going, which is absolutely brilliant.
I didn't actually see him get out there with the broom handle and give the starter motor a bit of a whack and then jump back in again. So it obviously did it from remote inside the cabin, did he?
Yeah, well, he must have, mate. Normally.
Give it a kick with the foot.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Just a bit of heat soak every now and again. We know what race cars are like. They're very temperamental. Probably gender X, Y, and Z, is it?
Yeah, that'd be it all over it. So the Tyre Power HQs at the moment leading the way is Andrew Magilton. Then it is Gavin Ross, Andrew McLeod, Glenn McDonald, Tony Maloney, Ryan Woods, Hill, Banks, Beckers, and Lawton. Our historic touring car race being led by Darren Collins in the Camaro to Miles. Glenn Miles in the six-pack in the Charger. And here we've got a bit of side-by-side action again with Woods and Maloney. Do you reckon these two are just having a bit of fun now? They're like, it's going to be wet. We're not going to be going breakneck speed. Let's just enjoy the cars moving around a bit.
Yeah, well, they certainly are. They're certainly giving it a bit of rear-wheel steer. There used to be a guy in a V8 supercar who used to do that, Stanaway, and he lost his drive, remember? But it's good to see that he's coming back. He's coming back.
The K1W ones, you can't count them out, can you?
No, that's for sure. Good to see Stanaway come back. Hopefully Greg Murphy will come back as well on that other car, and that'll be quite some interesting racing with the V8s. They need a bit of interesting racing, the V8s, don't they, Darren?
I agree, yeah, absolutely. Darren Collins leading the way in a magnificent-looking V8 Camaro at the moment. 5 laps done for those guys. It's a 6-lap journey, so not too long now until we see our race leader point towards the checkered flag. HQ's absolutely storming around here as our checkered flag man is ready to go.
He's waiting, mate. He's giving a bit of a bounce on his knee at the moment. So he's just waiting for that guy. He's up over the top down into MG. Collins, he's really driven that well, hasn't he? He certainly has. And
it'd be a tricky car to drive, I reckon, in these sort of conditions. I guess you'd rather it be wet rather. This greasy track really does bring any sort of skilled people. If you can drive on a greasy track, a really wet track is a different thing altogether. You're probably doing 30 or 40 kilometres an hour less speed. But when the track's like this, you want to try and keep that speed up. And Collins points up to the straight now, and the single headlighted front on this Camaro as opposed to the SS Raleigh comes down, hunts the water towards the checkered flag, and the 97 takes victory for the historic touring cars over the number 16 of Glenn Miles. And then as some of our HQs start making their way to the line, that was Banks. He had a spear off the track, so won't feature in any podium celebrations. Perry Beckers so far back down the field had a loop as well. So it's happened to the best of them today, isn't it?
It certainly has, mate. You're sort of like, the explorer, you could say. First time ever when you're going out there and you're the one in front. And both of those guys have had issues and problems. Beautiful looking car, that 43 car there, mate.
Isn't it magic?
Mustang.
Yeah. Peter Muhlman getting home in third place for historic touring cars, and quite a distant third place too. Appropriately 33 seconds home in third place. So that was how the challenge went out. We're just waiting for our leaders for the HQs to come to the line, because we've had Collins, Miles and Muhlman.
Up over the top. Lukey Heights.
For middies, there he is. Andrew Magilton.
Yes, the kid can drive, and he doesn't mind a bit of a greasy track. You see him right going around the outside, but you've got to stay off that line because the line's a bit slippery. And into second, into third, drops it into third now, coming onto the front straight.
What's the difference in setup in a HQ for a wet event? Is there anything that you can change on the car to make it different from wet and dry?
Well, mate, you won't believe this, Darren. It's tyre pressures, which is like...
I believe it, yeah.
Tyre pressures, car,
everything,
right?
yeah.
With every car. It all depends how wet it is. Like I said, they might put the full wets on, or they'd be using a 2.5, 3 mil Kenda there at the moment, done extremely well. They may loosen the sway bar a little bit, but spring shockers are all the same.
Because something I just saw with Magilton then, the car looked to be moving a lot more. Like it had a little bit more bounce towards us, obviously easing on the sway bars can do that. But certainly he comes home and takes the victory for the HQs, and it's an emphatic victory. In fact, it's the best part of 15 seconds back to Gavin Ross, and that has got to be a mechanical marvel award for Gav. This time yesterday, he was loading the car on the trailer for a sad drive home, got the wind blown up him a little bit on his way home, and went, no, I'm going to go and rebuild this, and off we go. So congratulations to Gavin Ross, an avid competitor over many, many years, and he really is a never-say-die type of racer. So ripper to see him home in P2. Then it's Andrew McLeod, Glenn McDonald, Tony Maloney, Ryan Woods, who had probably the best time in the race. Maloney and Woods, they were just out there doing a bit of a demonstration run on how much he can slide around on a...
Synchronised sliding.
Yeah, synchronised sliding.
Synchronised sliding.
That's exactly right. I think there's a form of motorsport that's called drifting, but we'll call it synchronised sliding for all intents and purposes, so none of the drivers get in strife.
Yeah, well, that's very, very true. But from HQRA Victoria, thank you all very, very much. Now, we have got, this is unusual, we've got another race at 20 to 5 at 4:40 this afternoon. If everything is right, cross our fingers, and dot the dots and cross the T's. Hopefully it'll all happen. So let's wait and see. And I'll be back up here this afternoon, Darren.
Well, you don't live too far away from here. What's your bones feel? It's going to be dry for the rest of the day, isn't it? I've got a bit of tendonitis, but that's got nothing to do with
playing
the
sport.
weather.
Yeah. No, mate, it will stay dry for the rest of the this afternoon. Around about 5:45, it'll be a bit of a hailstorm, and then be quite okay for the RSL lunch or tea tonight at 7:30.
Yep. All right.
Thanks, Darren.
Thank you very much, Dave Amor. Great to see the historic touring cars and the HQs for their first race for the weekend. And a big thanks to the sponsors for the Division 1 for HQs, B&W Plumbing, and Division 2 B&B Master Blast. On track next, MG and invited British race cars. And, I guess the attraction for the eyes in the early part of this or during this race will be the car that qualified on pole position, Tim Slade in the Brabham BT62. That car won't be taking its spot on the grid. It will be rolled down to pit exit at a timely fashion. Scott Stevenson is running that car for Tim Slade and for the actual car owner here this weekend. So there's been quite a lot of information, technical information going on around that car. But the MG and invited British cars will certainly have the pleasure of the stickers and door handles and side mirrors being torn off their cars as the Brabham does go around. No, that's incorrect. Tim Slade is under some strict instructions to behave himself. He will, of course, pluck his way through this field fairly rapidly, a full-spec world sports car, and that's the way it will be. And we're just getting information now that due to the wet weather, the Brabham won't be going out. So everything I've just said was just grey air time. So we knew that if it was going to be wet, that the Brabham, there was going to be a judgment call placed on that. So after all the hard work that Colin Smith and the race secretary have gone through to, and Paul Vernell and everyone to get the car here, the weather gods have played their card, and that won't be rolling out on track. So we've got the MG and invited British cars just rolling out on track now, and we'll have a look at the grid as those cars make their way around on track. Out of pole position was supposed to be Tim Slade in the Brabham. I think that spot will be left clear on the driver's right of the track for pole position. Jason Holmes with a 154.24 will be the first car on the grid out of position number 2. So on the second row of the grid will be Keith Ondiachi, and in the number 40 Stag. Then we've got Gary Bulmer with a 156.73. Back to Robin Bailey, who has got double duties, as he has been all this year, running in both sports cars and the MG and invited British cars. Then it goes to Chris Gidney. Great to see Chris back in the foray. Anthony Vollebrecht in there as well. Ed Ferguson, Phil Chester. Phil not running his very exciting MG MGB GT V8 this weekend, running one of the newer iterations in car number 1. Ian Cowie in the number 70, Darren Suter, Michael Wood, Bruce Asprey, Alistair Ondaatje. Then we go back to Michael Herlihy in the little blue B, Robin Splatt. Great to see Robin back. Sponsored the previous round at Winton. Hendrix Vartan. Then we go to Dave Vernell, who has been our clerk of course for the first 2 rounds of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at Sandown and again at Winton. Great to see Dave doing what he loves most about motorsport and going to have a steer of his MG. Richard Vollebrecht back to James Dodd, and Michael Trathon rounds out our field of MG and invited British cars. This event last year was pretty much a weekend of the giant MGB GT V8s with Vincenzo Gucciardo, or Vince Gucciardo, and Phil Chester going absolutely hammer and tong at it all weekend long. Vince qualified on pole, Phil won race 1, and race 2 was back to Vince, and he won race 3 as well, and ultimately the round, but only by 2 points over Phil Chester. Phil Chester, of course, who has joined us this weekend, not in that same car as I mentioned earlier, but car number 1 is his MGF. Right alongside me, I'm Darren Smith, is Callum Brannigan joining me for the call of this MG and invited British Sports Cars race.
Thank you, Darren. I'll step in lieu of the absent Paul Vanal, who would love to be here this weekend. Nowhere near as knowledgeable on the subject of MGs, quite like the great man Paul, but we'll have a go nonetheless. Very excited for this race because, look, unfortunately we haven't got the Slade car, but that'll obviously feature tomorrow in various guises, but it allows us to focus on the MGs and invited British sports cars this weekend, and that they have been part of the furniture in the state, or the Victorian State Series, for a long time now, at least for as long as I've been involved in the State Series now, for about a decade and a half, and they always produce good grids and such a variety of machinery as well, especially just in the MGs through its long extending legacy around the world, and Jason Holmes on pole position is a great example of that. And then behind him, you've got a completely different MG. So the technical aspects of all the various MGs and invited British sports cars this weekend really does provide a lot of variety, but also a lot of excitement when you've got battles between cars. You wouldn't ordinarily see them battling anywhere outside of this category. MGs
is one of those makes of cars that is absolutely steeped in motorsport history. You can sort of think MG, Lotus, Porsche, those brands that really came to birth out of motor racing, Ferrari, those sort of things. MG is one of those ones that, you know, a lot of people will think of a race car, and one of the first things you think is an open-top MGB. It's, you know, one of those things, a little sports car doing laps somewhere, and they always do acquit themselves so very well. And I've got to say, one thing about the MG and invited British sports cars, their fields have started to swell over the last year or so. Is that because they're now on TV?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that because now they're getting live streamed and they want to see their beautiful piece of machinery? I'll leave that one out there. I know Sean Herlihy and Paul Vanel will probably do something with what I've just said there, but I think it's there we go. Everyone likes to be on TV. Everyone loves it. G'day out there. We're not too far away from a race start here, and it is going to be Jason Holmes that will lead them away. Done a tremendous qualifying lap. Goes beautifully off the line. Gary Bulmer goes well, as well does the number 40. Of Keith Ondiachi, gets away magnificently in the number 40. Let's see how the big stag can go, but it's Robin Bailey that gazumps the 3 rows in front of him, and he drives down into position number 2. And I'm going to say on technical prowess that Jason Holmes' lead is not going to be for too much longer, because Robin Bailey is coming. And I reckon Robin Bailey in the entire Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships has done more laps than anyone else in any category this year. He's cross-entered from MGs and also into the sports cars, and he's doing a tremendous job. The reliability of a car that you would probably put a question mark of reliability over the top of at any given time has been running absolutely faultlessly, as we see the 19 and the 48 going side by side there, which is Chris Gidney and Anthony Vollebrecht. And there's the number 40. The Stag, here comes a couple of Triumphs as well. These things always weigh in very heavily on the track at Phillip Island here. Good horsepower, and it's great to see a number of them lining up here this weekend. balance up the competition. We're just being informed that this race will be now over 5 laps. So it was to be a 6-lapper, has now been shortened to 5 laps. But here comes the field out of Siberia on their opening stanza of this race. There's the Triumph, 2 Triumphs actually jumping out of the order there just to get a bit of fresh air. And around the back of the hay shed, the looping right-hander heads into a looping left-hander at Lukey Heights, one of the more daunting pieces of road at this circuit as it disappears off into the skyline. They're looking straight up into the bright sky and then plunge down into the brakes. And over the years, the safety around that part of the track has been absolutely improved out of sight. And here's Robin Bailey now leading the way. Have a look at Jason Holmes staying with him around that part of the track. It's going to be very tricky to stay with the horsepower that Robin Bailey's got under his right boot coming onto the main straight here as he will ease it. But look at Holmes, he's got right up in behind him around the top of the straight, pulls out of the slipstream and wants to go with him. And have a look who's right in behind. Mr. Podium himself. That's Keith Ondaatje in the number 40. I don't think he's been off the podium in the MG and invited British cars. Let's call it for what it is. It's a Stag, it's not an MG. It's got hair around its tailpipe, this thing. It is absolute ripper of a race car. Looks the goods. And what an attitude. Goes racing with his daughter ordinarily. And they really love their sports car racing. And there it is, the number 40 there, Energy Assist. And again, confirming that this race will be for 5 laps. Jason Holmes hasn't let Robin Bailey get away from him here. So that modern iteration of the MG being used very, very well. And of course, Jason, we don't see him at all rounds, but when he does, he's always in that thereabouts. I would suggest if it was totally dry, maybe he wouldn't be quite where he is in the field, but certainly driving well in these greasy conditions, getting all the power that he's got down to the ground. And here we go again. Have a look at that beautiful shot out of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. You can see why people just wax lyrical about the majestic views of this place, can't you?
Oh, it's a beautiful facility. It's probably one of Australia's premier permanent racing circuits around Australia. You probably have other tracks like Tailem Bend in that same group as well. But Phillip Island hasn't always been as beautiful as we see it today. It had quite a history where the track would often get torn up because of poor preparation, and it required a lot of repair work over many years of competition. But until it was taken over by the Linfox group, they pumped a lot of cash into it, and it's become a superb permanent facility. And the infrastructure, the track itself, the pit garages, everything, and the grass. You look how beautiful the grass is around the circuit, and Bailey coming across to start his 3rd lap of the race. But it really is one of the best circuits in Australia. Certainly got the best view from the commentary tower as well, which makes our job a little bit easier, because when you're somewhere like Bathurst and all you can see is about 300 metres of racetrack, it's a little bit harder. So we are very appreciative to be here this weekend. But I'm very impressed by the car of Jason Holmes. It does look a little bit more tame in comparison to the Bailey car that's currently leading, but that car of Holmes has got plenty of power under the bonnet, and often in the wet, people like Paul Vanal have steered MGs or a similar type of MG. They'll be getting wheel spin when they're engaging 4th or 5th gear in certain aspects or in certain tracks when you're going up a long straight. So plenty of power, and that's why we haven't seen Bailey shoot down the road like we have seen so far in this race. But it's good to see that Ondaatje is doing such a great job in 3rd position, as you've alluded to earlier, Darren. He's finding plenty of pace like these past few seasons, and has really become a front-running regular in invited British sports car, the Stag. Yeah,
it really is. It's one of those hero cars out of the 70s, used in many movies. I'm not going to say Hollywood movies, but English-type movies and TV shows and things like that. The Triumphs were very much a feature of the screen for British cars. The TR7 there just doing a brilliant job. In fact, there's 1, 2, 3 in the current shot there, as we've got the number 1 of Phil Chester there, Michael Wood breezing on through. There's that Michael Herlihy going through in the 69. No, that's Suter. Where's Michael Herlihy in the number 61? He's a couple of cars back there. We've got the 68 of Bruce Asprey, and then behind him is Michael Herlihy. So 45. Alistair Ondaatje which is a TR7. Can't see Alana, actually. I didn't see Alana even on the grid. So it's just one of the Ondaatje cars out there. Keith out on the podium spot there as we see our front-running 3 cars down the main straight now. And this is the field breezing their way around the top of Lukey Heights, and you can see the very packed up paddock area behind us. A great entry here for this weekend. In fact, there's not a lot of hot spots left in the pit and paddock area. Certainly garage is all taken up here this weekend. And here we have a battle of the triumphs. The 43 of Ferguson and the 70 has just got through on Phil Chester, and that's Ian Cowie. So he goes side by side, dives under the 43 of Ferguson, and has found a really nice bit of grip around the inside of turn 12, and will go side by side. In fact, the 43 of Ferguson blows him into the weeds on the horsepower race. And in fact, here comes that little MGB GTV 8, pretty much in its standard trim that goes through on the TR7 there as well. And that's looking the goods. That's Michael Wood in the number 53, second in that train there. So he had a really good run onto the straight, breezed through on the number 70. In fact, made short work of Ian Cowie, and here comes Phil Chester in his MGF as well. This would feel like the world's just spinning a little bit slower here this weekend for Phil, I would expect. I
was just about to say, I spoke to him in the lead up to this event, and Phil Chester was very excited to step back behind the wheel of an MGF, apart from his usual MG GT V8, that absolute beast, which is on the sidelines at the moment. He was parked up at Windsor because he was having a complete engine rebuild, but apparently conrods are about 6 weeks away, so there's a bit of a delay in getting that car back together, so that's why he's stepped back behind the wheel of the MGF. It's quite handy having another race car in your shed just to be able to step into, and he's also flying the flag for Blendline TV and the VSRS this weekend. Very happy to have Phil along. Good to see him back out there. In fact, just before he parked, the V8 was he set lap records at Sandown. Went out in the I think it was the Sunday morning race at round 1 this year. Pretty much uncontested. Vince Gucciardo's got his green car up for sale. In fact, that's a whole lot of car for what the for sale price was. I'm not sure whether that's been sold yet or not, but certainly a great value piece of kit if that's the sort of vehicle you like. But yeah, at the time Phil went, right, I'm going to go and try and set a lap record, and did. Came away from the meeting puffing and panting and heaving chest after doing those fast laps, but the heaving chest stayed nice and puffed out when you get a lap record. And Phil's not the kind of bloke that would do that, but certainly when you go out and try and get a lap record, often it can all fall away for you, but they managed to come away from round 1 with that lap record. With 4 laps completed, Robin Bailey leads the way over Jason Holmes, and Jason Holmes is slowly but surely starting to ease up onto Bailey. In fact, that gap has come back again. It's just under 4.5 seconds this time around between Bailey and Holmes. And Ondaatje is a further 8 seconds back from the leader and 3 seconds off the back of Holmes. There's our race leader in the 50. Doesn't seem to be labouring that much. It's certainly got that beautiful thumping V8 noise out of it, and I would suggest that Holmes is wringing the absolute neck of his outfit to stay in position number 2. But at the moment, Ondaatje is in P3. Bulmer, Chris Gidney, Anthony Vollebrecht, Michael Wood, who's in that sort of dark red Shiraz coloured MGB GTV8, more look like a road style or a standard style, original style of car. But Robin Bailey, a very sweet victory after 5 laps, comes home nicely indeed. In fact, he has just done a red hot lap that time round, fastest lap of the race, a 1:59.65, and gets the victory by 7.6 seconds. In fact, eased the gap by just over 2.8 seconds to Holmes on that last lap. So Holmes back home in second place, and Keith Ondaatje, who maintains his moniker of Mr. Podium, and hangs in there again as well. So great to see the Stag doing such a fantastic job. The rest of the field making their way around now to be the number 4, Gary Bulmer, that gets to the line. Chris Gidney is just coming around turn 12. There he is on the screen now for those watching
at home or at work or in an aeroplane or somewhere around the world. There's the beauty of live streaming. You can bring Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit and round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships live wherever you go. Even better, in the Splats MG, an invited British sports cars race, live and free, Callum Brannigan.
Live and free, that's how we like our motorsport. And when you can dial in and hear Darren Smith's voice wherever you are around the world, that's always a good thing.
So there's our rest of our field starting to come around around Lukey Heights now for Splats Engineering. Big welcome to Splats again for hanging in there with the MGs. Robert Splatt down there in his number 7. He is currently 17th on the road. There he is there in his Triumph, and a very sporting Triumph indeed it is. Comes around and looks magnificent. The TR6, gee, that was a weapon of choice. So it remains to be a weapon of choice clearly for Robert Splatt, and he comes to the line. There's the checkered flag for Robert, gets the job done there as well, and that rounds out our field. We've got a lot more racing still to go here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. That's only the third race for the weekend. Up next on track will be the Formula Vs. Back in a moment. Welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. Formula V's making their way down pit lane 12 months ago, almost to the day here at Phillip Island. It was Reef Mccarthy for Beecham Racing in his Sabre, with Ash Whittington and Ash Clifford and David Hutchison taking up the front two rows of the weekend after qualifying. something hasn't changed amongst that, and that is that pole position has again been taken by Reef Mccarthy at a 153.75, and I've got Steve DeVries who's joined right alongside here. Some things change, some things don't.
Unfortunately, you're right. Some things, the more things change, the more they stay the same, I think, is the common expression. And for Reef Mccarthy, being on the front row of the grid is pretty much common sight for him nowadays in Formula V in Victoria. Didn't have it all his own way, though, in qualifying. He only took pole position by 0.4 of a second over Heath Collinson. So it took him quite late in the session actually to wrestle that pole position away. At some stages during qualifying, it actually looked like they were all having race practice. There was that many of them bunched together. They were all struggling to get a clean lap in, but eventually they finally got the job done, and McCarthy ended up on the front row as he is accustomed to doing.
I tell you what, as far as the last 2 hours here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit is concerned, we've probably got the best track conditions we could possibly hope for right now for the Formula Vs. Yes, there's some wet patches around the track now, but pretty much anyone staying online or even a little bit straying offline at the moment is going to find a piece of dry circuit. There's car number 1. And doing a ripping job, Reef Mccarthy, and really getting a hurry along on this warm-up lap too. The competitors have been told not to dilly-dally. Get out there. It's a very, very busy program here today. The slower you are on your warm-up lap, you may be inclined that you may get a lap docked off your race. No one wants to come and do a 6-lap race to turn into a 5-lap race. So we're just watching Heath Collinson and Reef Mccarthy getting the field hurriedly out there. There's a couple of the cars down the back that probably need to get a little bit of a wriggle on. Straight after this will be the improved productions and the BMW E30s, the QP Lubes Sports Sedans, the Hyundai Excels, Saloon Cars, 944 Sports Cars, and Historic Touring will round out our day here. Interestingly enough, Steve, the field coming down now. Heath Collinson comes into this round on 167 and Reef Mccarthy on 138. So Reef really does have to do some work.
He has got to do a little bit of work. Unfortunately for Reef, that all came down to the couple of incidents he had at the last round at Winton. One of them, he was a non-finisher. He actually had a throttle linkage problem in one of the races. He was seen hurriedly trying to put his hand behind his head to try and get the car to go. And then in the last race of the weekend, he lost his nose in a battle with Michael Kinsella and Daniel Reynolds and ended up in the kitty litter on the outside of turn 6 on the last couple of laps on Sunday afternoon. So unfortunately for him, didn't pick up points in either of those 2 races, so that's why he's got quite a little bit of work to do, as you said.
Let's have a look at the grid quickly before they get down to the start of the race. Reef Mccarthy to Heath Collinson, Nick Jones, Andre Curran. Then we go to Isaac Woodhouse, Adam Nicholson, Damien Spolino, Darren Power, Brandon Taylor. Then we go to Rob Vile, John Casamati, Phil Gardner, Lucas Kawan, Sumach Woodapatan in there, Claudia Lennox, then Joshua Munro, Charles Tracy Richer, Mike Fisher, Ayrton Filippi, and Malachi Windsor right down the back there. I guess the one that was all the talk at the conclusion of Winton was Ayrton Filippi with his nasty crash at turn 3.
Yeah, he certainly was. He was up at Wangaratta Base Hospital after that accident. There was a little bit of damage to repair on his ankles. He was a bit sore and sorry for himself, but he's back out there. Unfortunately not in the Sabre 01. It's been a late change of car. He's got the Elliott Mark II that he leased at round 1. And that's the red car on the second last row there. So see what he can do from a bit further back there. It is a little bit of an ask, but he's got to acclimatise himself fairly quickly to this car again, having been in 2 different cars now for 3 consecutive race meetings.
We cast our eyes to the front of the grid and they're set to go. The Collinson Black Angus and the Beecham Racing outfit. And field is set to go.
Here we go. McCarthy and Collinson off the front row, and McCarthy got a ripping launch actually out of first gear, almost 0 wheel spin, marched away very, very handsomely, and now moves ahead of Heath Collinson very quickly on the run to turn 1. Nick Jones definitely was no slouch in qualifying, showing that after being out of the seat for a couple of rounds, he was only a 10th behind Collinson in qualifying, and he's lockstep with him every step of the way now through turn 1.
Haven't they set themselves up for a classic Formula V battle? Line astern with each other already down at turn number 2. As they swing around there, just notice John Casamati didn't get off the line cleanly in the number 25. Looked to be having selector problems going from first to second gear and had the rest of the field stream by him. He was mid-pack there on 11th on the grid there, but has just slipped back a little bit there. So Casamati got a bit of work to do after not getting off the line as cleanly as he should. Just looking at the points, it's behind Heath Collinson and Reef Mccarthy. It's Ash Clifford, Lee Partridge and Daniel Reynolds. Of course, Lee Partridge is at Mount Panorama running half of the field in the Bathurst 12 hour here this weekend.
Guys, yes.
So they're MPC very busy, and of course Lee is an integral cog in the wheel that is that juggernaut up there, and we wish them all the best in their attempt for a Lickle Molly Bathurst 12 hour victory. But we've got Formula V racing underway, and I can tell you Lee will be watching on the live stream, so a big g'day to Lee and all the guys in the sheds up at Mount Panorama this weekend.
Yep, I have seen some posts from Lee in the Formula V Facebook group page this afternoon that he was wishing he was out here, and we will definitely be watching along, watching a little bit of a battle there. A couple of the JRD Motorsport cars mixing it up with the Acura Motorsport cars. There's actually been a change for position 5 with Adam Nicholson going ahead of Isaac Woodhouse down at turn number 4. So a couple of new combatants to the category this year. Andre Curran and Isaac Woodhouse had their best ever qualifying sessions. Third race meeting for those two gents. They were 4th and 5th on the grid. And then right behind him was Adam Nicholson in the Stinger, number 95. And he's slowly starting to come to grips with a lot of things here. Look at the spray being kicked up as they all search for a little bit of trying to get out of the slipstream of everybody else.
I would suggest they're running a tyre that has got a full tread on them as opposed to the worn tyre that they would be using in full dry conditions. And that's why we're seeing our race leaders, McCarthy and Collinson and Jones, going over there. There's Jones in the purple car. No, that's not Jones. That's the 95 of Nicholson. Back a couple of spots behind Jones at the moment, but Nick Jones currently holding down position number 3 in the 96 and doing a brilliant job out there in the Jacer 98, an older car.
Here's Rob Vile on screen as well, and following him is Darren Power and Phil Gardner. Rob actually had a lazy spin in qualifying this morning and starting a bit further down the grid than he would ideally like. Well, there's a big lock up there for car 49. That happens to be Damien Spinello. That didn't look all that encouraging going down there into Honda.
Rob Vile and his Jacer that he calls Heidi.
They're all starting to get these names going. I think Sophie is the one for Lee Partridge's car. I think Heidi for Rob Vile. There was another one I'd seen.
Darren Power with Daisy.
Daisy, yes, that was the new one that came up because Darren's actually changed cars in between rounds. He bought Russell Saunders' machine that Russell moving away for work purposes, and he's picked up that Jacer as well. So all the Jacers are the ones that seem to be getting the names at the moment.
That's gathering a bit of momentum, isn't it? Certainly good to see. Fall in love with your race car. Problem is, as soon as you do any damage to it, it breaks your heart.
Certainly
it's
does.
a metaphor for life, really, isn't it?
Yeah, fall in love, get your heart broken. We're going into deep water.
We're going way too deep for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We're simple motor racing people here.
Yeah, given we're both married, we're definitely going into deep water.
That's right, let's leave that right alone. The Australian VW Performance Centre supporting this round of the Formula V's as part of the round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship.
Whoops.
And there is a spinner in the number 23.
Lucas Kouam, and that's got some front left corner damage as well. I'm wondering if he's come together with somebody there, or has he got that going again? It looked like the front left corner doesn't look like it's tracking all that straight. No, not from that angle it doesn't. So
looks all good, doesn't it? I think just managing to get his thoughts back together and get back underway in the number 23 there, or is it actually pit bound? Just gingerly going back along there. We'll keep an eye on and see if it does. It looks like it is heading down to the pit lane. Yes,
yep,
not continuing.
That's a shame for Lucas because he's had some really, really good reliability as of late. It's been a trait that unfortunately has returned to that car. There was all sorts of occasions where he had non-finishes all through for various reasons, and he thought he'd put those behind him, but not today, unfortunately.
Have a look at this, swapping of positions in the mid-pack. Rob Vile right under fire now with
Brandon Taylor.
Yeah,
Brandon
Taylor's come through. Come back a couple of spots in the last lap or so on a big charge.
He's definitely on a big charge. Good, actually, I'm not sure if that was actually a pass for... that was Taylor, you're right. He was actually behind Gardner and Power on the road, so he's joined that battle, and he's moved to the head of that queue now, or actually trying to move to the head of the queue, rather. Rob Vile's the last man he needs to get past, and there he goes. Rob doesn't fight it, and makes a bit of sense. Actually, no, Rob decides, no, I want that position back, please. This is a rather encouraging battle right now. Heading up through turn number 9, up through Lukey Heights. one of the more difficult parts of the circuit. You don't want to sort of get really close to the curb here. You need to get around the top, find your braking points about 75 metres out from braking for turn number 10 that you want to be. If you go any closer than that, you are probably finding you're going to have either a little bit of oversteer if you try and carry a bit too much brake through the corner, or if you get it wrong, you'll go straight on with the old understeer. Now, Taylor right in the slipstream here of number 7, Rob Vile. Now, with the start-finish line camera on the main straight here, we'll probably get a good illustration of if the slipstream is rather powerful or not. And I think Taylor just moved out of the slipstream just a little bit too early there and sort of hit that brick wall, and now he's got to tuck back in. But unfortunately, that sort of undone all the hard work that he'd done to get onto the back of Vile before turn 12 and just pulled the trigger a little bit too early.
So some fairly typical Formula V racing being played out here in this mid-pack, but certainly where the action is in this race with Vile, Taylor, Gardner, Power, Casamati, who started off pretty badly, has fought right back up into the field. Here we're going side by side down into turn number 3.
Your man Casamati just mentioned is just edging it a shot. There he is, right on the back of Darren Power, right in this battle as well. He's actually, we're calling it the Formula V style Walkinshaw Andretti United defection for him this weekend, because he's gone from the Jacer that he's used to into the Sabre out of the Beecham Racing stable. So probably having a little bit of a hard time getting used to the different type of car that it is. I mean, the shifter's on the same side, the gearbox is the same. It's I guess maybe a little bit of respect for the car. He doesn't want to bin it, or he just wants to make sure he brings it home in one piece. But
certainly there'll be little dynamic issues about the car. Certainly comfort when you go from one car to another is an issue. You work so much at getting the dynamics or the ergonomics right and getting yourself comfortable.
Especially when you've got a seat that have to fit you and all those things as well.
Yeah, and you start to wobble around in these cars a little bit. Not that these cars wobble around, but you start to move around, and the G-forces, and you start to see, maybe not in this 6-lapper race, but in the 8-lap races tomorrow, you start to see the heads start to wobble around a little bit. Being though these cars are not exactly rapid, as you can see, the battles rage right through the field, and when you're in such close proximity to someone, ranging up on the high hundreds in the kilometres an hour down the straight here as they stream on to the straight in the Formula Vs, and they have got plenty of grip, and they start to fan out across the track. This is not what we normally see. Maybe in a lap or two we'll start to see the places switch around a little bit, and coming to the end of the race. Big move down the inside there. Massive move. And they are all over the track. 3 wide down through turn number 1.
Casamati slowly picking his way through here. Phil Gardner's been able to go through and is checking out of this battle. So he's pulled the trigger. He thinks lap 5 out of 6 is the right one to pull the trigger on, and trying to get the job done. Now Casamati down the inside of Rob Vile at the very, very fast turn 3. That'll put him on the correct side of the road for braking and for the racing line, but Rob Vile will be over his right shoulder. And I think Rob's pulling out of this one. Through goes Casamati, and right around the outside goes Brandon Taylor.
Good driving there by Brandon Taylor. Pretty impressive run here in this race, as has it been by Casamati as well, as we just touched on the last lap around getting used to the new car, the ergonomics and the dynamics of how the chassis responds to the driver's inputs. And here we go straight to the front of the field. This is Reef McCarthy.
And he's checked out by a fair margin as well. He hasn't been edging away in leaps and bounds. He's been a good half a second a lap quicker than the cars behind him. And this is what he's started to prove over the last couple of seasons, is that he can run on his own. He doesn't need to be running in the slipstream train to make lap time, which is a place.
How
like
annoying is that for everyone else?
It's extremely annoying for everybody else behind him.
It's your not so secret weapon in Formula V, is that you run in a stream and everyone's got an opportunity. But if you can get away on cold tyres and make a gap, then no one can bridge that gap. It's almost like the Tour de France with the breaking of the way of the group, and then the peloton catching up with the aero stream. It doesn't look like Reef is affected by the enclosing group behind him, or closing in group behind him. And that's not what we want to see out of the number 32. He's on a down gear change, a big bit of blue smoke come out of the back. That's car 3 on the road at the moment, so not what you want to see.
Andre Curran tucked in now behind his teammate and stablemate Heath Collinson.
Nick Jones, look at that.
This is a really great battle. Jones and Kieran have been going at it for about a lap and a half here now. And for the last spot on the rostrum in race number 1, Jones, the seasoned veteran, back down the inside in the Jace-Up, gets that spot back on the last lap. But we've seen time and time again at places like Phillip Island, it's like a game of chess. You don't want to be the first man out of the last corner on the last lap. You might get out-dragged to the line. You really need to get your run out of turn 10 precisely right to try and keep yourself in the game by the time you get to the start-finish line. So McCarthy out in front. This is really the battle we would like to focus on to see who is going to be second and third out of the 3 cars on screen.
This is the big question being raised in race 1 for the weekend for the Australian V-Dub Performance Centre Formula Vs, as our race leader is at 4.66 seconds clear of the field. Checkered flag being readied by the start line Hayek officials, of course celebrating their 70th anniversary. And big congratulations to all involved with the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Straight down the wall he goes, through the water, in fact outside the white line there. Checkered flag goes to Reef Mccarthy, and here's the run to the line as well.
Check it out.
Collinson's going to throw it all away on the line, or is he?
Nope, not quite. He gets it by about a quarter of a car length there, Heath Collinson. And Nick Jones snaffles third place away from Andre Kieran at the line. So Kieran will be a little bit disappointed with that one, I think, but he will tick the box and say, you know what, I had a great battle and I'm having a great weekend so far. I've only been in the sport for 3 rounds and he's really, really doing well.
So those 3 cars just under a second. Well, in fact, it's well under a second. 4/100ths of a second between second and third.
And the same between second and fourth as well.
Yeah,
so
very close at the line. Very typical.
And here we go again. Look at this on screen. The same thing's happening here. This is Charlie Tracy Richardson getting across the line with Samuk Radraputna, and actually went to Charlie Tracy Richardson at that line as well for 13th. So all the way up and down the field, the little battle groups have started to form, the little drafting buddies as we like to call them. They found each other and they've drafted all the way to the line and delivering us some great finishes.
Bit of smoke coming out of the 64 as it gets to the line there as well. Finishing things off.
So the only non-finisher in that one was Lucas Kawam. So as we rightly pointed out, he pulled into the lane after his little incident down at turn 10.
Started out of 13th, so wasn't lucky for him today.
No, and hopefully it'll be a bit of a different story for him tomorrow in car number 23. Rest of the top 10 there, Isaac Woodhouse home in 5th place. So Kieran and Woodhouse were 4th and 5th in qualifying. That's where they finished. Damien Spinello, the lead of the Acura Motorsport cars, getting the better of Adam Nicholson toward the last few laps there. He gets home for the 6th and 7th there, and we've just unfortunately lost the last of the results off our timing screen because we've actually just ticked over to get ready for the next event on the calendar, and here they come streaming down pit lane at the moment, led of course by the championship protagonist, the man who has the number 1 on the door, Adam Poole. That means it can only be one thing, and it's improved production.
So improved production cars making their presence felt in the pit lane, and again this season we are absolutely setting records with the improved production field. The Prestige Hino 888 Home Loans category, and great to have the people at Prestige Hino on board. Of course represented in the race by Danny Tomwell, who will start out of position number 6, the car number 11, the Holden Commodore. And I've got to say, after qualifying today, how good is it to see the number 13 car of Paul Cruz coming off the front row of the grid here at Phillip Island. That is a massive undertaking. Certainly the way the category has been evolving, it was a happy hunting ground for a long, long time for RX-7s. The category has certainly evolved to a point now where it's a lot about big horsepower and normally a Chevrolet version of it. But Paul and Michael Cruz just work so very hard at keeping this Nissan on the track, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it comes out at the end of this weekend. We'll see this race, clearly a turbo weather, nice and cold, and gives the ability to produce some good horsepower, but certainly awesome to see this massive field. Have a look at them, they're still coming out of pit lane. This is where they're a victim of their own success. There's so many cars that the warm-up lap takes so long. Adam Poole's doing a terrific job at the moment, just making sure he'll be looking up the straight going, oh, they're still coming out of the pits. We've got to get them round there, because he comes to the line, engages gear, and just has to sit on the clutch until the field forms up.
That's right. You don't want to be sitting there for too long either, as the last of the cars come out of pit lane, and the team medical and the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad will follow it out. They'll be off the back of the grid as per usual. But you're right, victim of their own success, and still continuing to be a very, very successful club, continuing to bring new members into the category, new cars, new drivers into the category as well. We were listed for 36 entrants for the weekend. I think we're down to about 33, with a couple of drivers that have had some gremlins over the weekend. Actually, speaking of gremlins, there was an unusual one.
Don't look at me and say, speaking of gremlins.
I'm not speaking of gremlins. You're a grump, not a gremlin.
Okay.
A couple of gremlins throughout qualifying. There's been a couple of alternator dramas for Paul Javots this weekend, so he's a bit further down the order than he would otherwise like. And the one that I'm going to be interested to keep an eye on here is Matty Logan in the Mack Trucks and Castrol number 43 Commodore. He threw an alternator belt, actually a broken alternator belt in qualifying, and he's going to be right off the back of the grid. So someone that we're used to seeing in the top 10 quite regularly here at Phillip Island is going to be on one heck of a charge.
Yeah, I actually agree with you there. There are a couple of others you're touching on there. Michael Hopp and Bradley Ross down the back of the field there in the class cars, if you like, down the back of the field. Always put on some good entertainment, and of course Michael, they do a lot of racing over many years. Another one of really distinct interest for me is this car right on screen now, the yellow Commodore, starting to come around there as well, of Michael Hart. A guy that's been around a long time ago, back in road reg and club car days, which were the iterations of this class before it became improved production at the end of the 99 season. So great to see Mike back at the wheel and doing some racing again. Let's have a quick look, see if we can get through this field before they all come around. Adam Poole in car number 1 off pole position. Number 13, Paul Cruz off P2. Jared Tonks in 3. Cade Lehman in 4. To Robert Braun, who had a ripping event up at Winton. Keep an eye out for Robert Braun in the number 86. Danny Timewell wants to really impress and get some big points out of this round out of number 6. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo previously had number 1 on the door, and he is looking for a massive return. A great racer, an entertaining racer, and a give no quarter type of racer as well. So watch for car number 25, strangely 4 rows back. Stephen Zorkis. Now there's a monster and a Rose, isn't it? Zorkis right next to him in the Civic, a Senator and a Civic right alongside each other there. Craig Piergros talking about beast. This car's going to feature in the challenge tomorrow for improved production. Brad White, Adrian Taranto, Michael Hart, Bryce Peterbudge, Graham McPherson, Dallas Brooks, back to Wayne Twist. Then we go to Bruce Henley, Callum Jensen, Paul Watts there as well. Marco Timpiero, Paul Vermeulen, David Bone. He's a long way back in that green Datsun 1600. Malcolm Henley, Brett Harris. Then we go to Peter McLennan, Stuart Dearborn, Wayne Decker, Scott Appledore, Shane Smith, Michael Hopp, Brad Rose, Matt Logan, and Michael Sinclair, who is a double entered here this weekend and will also be running in the speed comparison tomorrow. So 2 cars in the speed comparison out of this field. Craig Piergros, that block of flats, that beautiful Falcon, and call it block of flats respectively. I think he calls it the Lego block.
He calls it the flying brick.
Yeah, the flying brick. So watch for that Falcon. 4 rows back, and Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, 5 and 4 back for Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. That tells you how competitive this field is as we go set for a start.
Revs rising, you can hear them bouncing on the limiter as a getaway. Check out the wheel spin from Adam Poole in the number 1 machine. He went absolutely nowhere. Cruz just walked it away beautifully. There goes the flying brick of Craig Piergros. He's marching his way through the field as well, making it 3 wide, about 200 metres beyond the start-finish line. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo just slots in ahead of Rob Braun and Danny Timewell doing battle as they head right around the outside. Timewell's been hung out to dry a little bit there. Little bit of puff of smoke from a couple of lock brakes going into turn 2, but the field continues to stream on through.
Just watching the BMW there. There's Jason Bone there in the number 7. He's been held onto the inside of the track there. Good spot for the nimble little Datsun, and it will start to unleash. Have a look at Stephen Zorkis in that Civic, and he is absolutely blazing with it. It's a David versus Goliath. Sorry to quote a really obvious analogy there, but that's exactly what it is happening at the front here as well. Some 6-litre Commodores versus a 2-litre Nissan, as we've just been informed, this is going to be pegged back to 5 laps now. So let's hope that the drivers know that they have to make, this is the beauty of Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We've got 12 corners, we've got 5 laps. You do the maths, that's 50-something corners that you've got to make every one of them win in this race. So this is what's the beauty of this. Have a look at this. Gretsch Gumbo right up the inside now of his mate Lehman from Bendigo, who did a ripping job last year in the Bathurst 6 Hour. Look at this. This is the guy that has won the championship. Behind him, just cracking it sideways there as well, goes Braun. What an absolute swell of performance in improved production. Championship winners, race winners, future championship winners. I'm putting a bit of pressure on Matt Lehman there, aren't I, by saying that?
You're putting a bit on him.
I think he's worthy. I think he'll step up at some point and do that as well. But Braun applying maximum pressure. Have a look at the little white BMW. It'll pull out and try and do the drag race down the straight. But right behind him is what he needs to keep an eye on, and that is the big blue Falcon.
He does indeed need to keep it behind the blue Falcon behind him. Where is that Falcon? It's getting closer and closer. It's about a half a second behind as they came across the line as they continue to stream through. There goes Matt Logan from the back of the grid. He's already up to 21st place. He was looking at rounding up Paul Javots on the run down to turn number 1, and he's got that done. So up to P20 goes the number 43 as we look in here on Stephen Zorkas has had a little bit of a tardy start, and now he's locked in combat with Michael Hart and Graham McPherson, another one of the Bendigo natives who's made the journey south this weekend.
Michael Hart has done the Bathurst 1000 a long time ago. I think that was with Peter Lawrence when he was the CAM's technical manager. They went off and did the Bathurst 1000 and did a horrendous job back when privateers could make an effort. It was in the very, very early days of the supercars formula for that race, but they certainly did do the 1000, acquitted themselves very, very well. And as we just see Craig Piergros charging now. The Taranto Audi off the line there, just with that greasy conditions, it just launches, doesn't it? At the start of every race, it just goes through. Have a look at this, Zorkas wanting to push on through. A car with awesome pedigree and improved production.
It is indeed. It is the former Jordan Cox Civic, the very famous Civic that exploded and broke YouTube all those years ago. That's probably the only fair way we can describe it now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And funnily enough, Steve Zorkas' old car is actually back in the field this weekend. It's at the hands of Peter McLean. He's a bit further down the order, the Subaru BRZ, which of course is the same platform that the Toyota 86 is built on, the common GT86 series that runs in this country. And it's great to see that car back out again. It's been a couple of years since the last run in IP. It was 2018 when Steve sold that car and handed it over. And good to see it's out there again.
Paul Cruz not being able to apply the pressure he'd like to Jared Tonks right now, but there is plenty of pressure at the front of this field. 5 laps the journey. There goes the Henleys, RX-7 and RX-8s there as well. So they're pushing very, very hard. There's Bone, and there's the number 45 of Paul Griswatz. Tremendous job, long-time racer. Interestingly enough, we're just talking about Stephen Zorkas, his second-generation racer. His dad, or Zippo, as we used to call him back in the day, was a very well-acquitted RX-7 driver and a great bloke around the Improved Production Racing Association. There's Bone as well. Wow, he's had some flashes of brilliance this year, and he's just buried down the field here today, 21st position. That's what we're looking at here. This is from about 17th through to about 23rd.
Someone just went down the escape road at turn 4 as well. I didn't quite catch who it was. It was whoever was fractionally ahead of Marco Timperio, and the instructions now that they actually have to go the long way around and come back on at the return road. Not the long loop penalty they use in MotoGP. They've got to go all the way down, almost as far as the old turn 4 used to go, do a right-hand turn and then feed back onto the track around about turn 5. Here's Cruz glued to the back of Jared Tonks. Adam Poole's checked out, so it wasn't very much time spent for Adam Poole to wrestle back the race lead, and he has comprehensively buggered off into the distance, and it's now all about the men in second and third place.
Braun, have a look at this. The BMW being menaced by Lehman now, side by side down the straight into turn 1. Lehman looks for a little bit of water there, but it's Braun in a straight line. Who would have put money on that the 6.3 litre V8 would have been out-dragged by the inline 6, but this is a magnificently set up BMW.
He's coming off those 3 wins at Winton as well, Rob Braun, which is had been a long time between drinks for wins, let alone a round win rather for him. And Winton was probably one of the best times and one of the best tracks, I think, for that car.
And really worthy too.
And really worthy.
Yeah, like
and
he prepares a car to within, 100,000th of a 1,000th of a millimetre to get that thing right. Every time it goes on the track, ready to race, it is so ready to win a race. So he does a tremendous job, and a magnificent race car as well. Look at this. This is a pack, and I'm, without a word of a lie, this is for 20th in the race. This is what they're all battling it around for. Bone is currently 19th. That's the green car there. Then we go back to Watts in the blue Civic. So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 here in this race. And it's like it's for the World Championship.
Yeah, you've got to be careful they don't trip over each other here as well, because you've got Bruce Henley back there in the RX-8, the red RX-8, and then Callum Jensen is the under 2 litre car that's fighting with Paul Javots for overall position here as well. So they're 2nd and 3rd overall and on the road in class, because Steve Zorkas is much further up the road than them. So the one foul move or one misstep, and it's all going to come undone for someone here if they're not careful.
Interestingly enough, you touched on Bruce Henley in the red car there. If you added up those other 5 cars and all of the driving that all of those drivers have done, Bruce has probably still done more driving than all of them put together.
I think I would 100% agree with you on that one.
Been around a long, long time, a long list of race cars. Has done national sports sedans, has done like right back in road registered club cars days, RX3s, RX7s very successfully over a long, long period of time. And there he is, number 67 there. A guy that just about every weekend of the year at some stages of his life he's been racing a car. Took a little bit of a break from motorsport for a few years, ran a business and has come back. And they just love the racetrack. They're most happy at the racetrack, the Henleys, they really are.
And they're both here this weekend as well. Bruce and Malcolm sharing the garage as they always do. And Dave Bone's got a bit of a second wind here. He's just rounded up Paul Vulaman on the run down to turn 1. Not sure if Paul's having a little bit of a hard time at the latter stages of this race, or if Dave's got, as I said, got that second wind going, but he's rounded him up there. Now we're on the last lap here. Adam Poole leads by 12.5 seconds. And I think Paul Cruz might just have to be content with 3rd place here, unless he can pull a rabbit out of a hat down into MG. And not this occasion. Jared Tonks takes the defensive line about a car length off the outside of the corner. But 13 seconds or so up the road and putting a lap on Scott Appledore. Here comes the number 1 to the line.
Sweet victory there for Adam Poole, doing it very nicely indeed. Last time round it was 12.4 seconds. He set the fastest lap of the race on lap 3. And here comes the next row of people in the race. It's going to be Tonks. He takes it out. Cruz to the line there in position number 3. They've got to be happy with that. They've got to be happy with that. I'm really happy that they've got the car on the podium. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, great drive there from Luke. He started out as 7th. He's just off the podium and doing some really good lap times there as well. Probably not where he wants to be, but he's starting to tick those boxes and get that big Senator working well for him again. Robert Braun ultimately beat Lehman home for 5th. Lehman 6th. Craig Piegros in the 640 Falcon, which we'll see a number of times tomorrow. Also in the time challenge there as well. Danny Timewell home in 8th place. Started out as 6th. Danny will be disappointed with that, albeit he had a written-off car in December last year after a crash at Sydney Motorsport Park. They reshelled that car. They made it to round 1, which was early this year in February.
Yeah, it was a bigger effort
done well. So Danny will be disappointed he's gone back 2, but he'd be just wrapped that he's back at the racetrack. Wyatt Taranto, that's a great effort too on the drying track that the Audi got home into that position. Here's the race for some spots further down the field.
There we go. You got Stewie Dearden in the Green-Eyed Monster Tribute Falcon, and Wayne Decker in the Audi Quattro chasing him home. These, I think, will be a couple of the last cars to get home, and looks like they are the last cars home on the lead lap as they're all filing back in here at turn 4. There's your top 5 in the finishing order. 14 or near 14.5 seconds the margin from Poole to Tonks, in conditions that you can see now are virtually almost back to full dry. Just a couple of bits of standing water off the line, a couple of bits of water on the painted lines. And we're now getting to a stage where I think we might start to see some some really good racing, because we're about to see the BMW E30s come out once the track is clear.
Interesting thing, Steve, off that is that Craig Piergros is leading the championship coming into this round. Jared Tonks second and Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, so it's really mixed up the points. We'll be back with E30 racing at the back of this. Okay, back for action back here on the track here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We have got the E30s making their way around on track. I've been joined by Dominic Monhagen, who has pretty much given up on a racing career and becoming a commentator. Dom, welcome back to the commentary booth, and the E30s making their way around to the grid.
Thank you. It does feel like that sometimes, Darren. It's not been things have not gone to plan this year, between getting COVID a little while ago and doing some work on the car with the fuel system. But anyway, it's just as fun to watch this category. We have a good close-knit group of guys who get involved in some really good racing around this especially great track at Phillip Island here.
So we have got a change. You were just saying before we came on air there was a penalty after qualifying.
Yep, so Marko Golski was a little bit light. He didn't have a big enough lunch or breakfast, so he's gone rear of grid for this race. So he'll be starting out of position 12, and everybody else behind him from his original position will shuffle up one. So I'm sure that they've got that sorted in dummy grid, and they're up on the grid now, getting ready to go racing.
So cars making their way to the grid. It'll be Brian Burke, who will sit next to our pole sitter Alex Jory. Feels like a story that we've read before. Ashley Rogers, great to see the number 50 on the second row there with Jesse Bryant, who qualified third. We go back to Simon Schiff, then Jeff Bowles. There'll be Ryan Carter will be the next one up there. Then we go to Shannon Cooper, Tristan Blaufeld, Rory Plant and Alwyn Lim. I actually had a little bit of a chat with Rory before the racing today, and it's a big g'day to the guys at Upflow Brewing Company, who are the market leaders in full flavour non-alcoholic beer, and they have looked after Rory, and he said that he didn't have a good time in the wet, doesn't like the wet, so it's gone dry. So I expect by turn 1 he'll blaze his way through to about P3.
He'll be marching forward. We've had the green flag at the back there, so we're just about ready to go now. It'll be interesting to see Alex Jory and Brian Burke off the line there, and Brian's got a really good start there, getting a bit of a lead there on Alex off the line. Seeing Alex with the brake lights on there? No, it must have been his rain light.
Jesse Bryan getting away very, very nicely there as well on the second row of the grid. The world opened up in front of him, and just looking cheekily down the inside there. Looked like Jeff Bowles trying to have a go at Jesse Bryan, but just backs out of it. Jesse's very tight into turn 2, so the car will start to push in the mid-corner there, so the 24 might be in the better spot to try and get the power down and carry better exit speed down into turn number 3. So a good run there for the 24. Nicely positioned the car. Couldn't take the tight line and protect the corner, so went for a looping run, and this is where we're starting to see the terminal speed of the car. Brian crowding right over onto the inside of the corner there, so cutting off that option. But again, the 24 will be able to loop wide here and just carry the speed a little bit more. There it is, looks like a change for position already, so the 24 has gone through. Brian Burke leading the way with Alex Jory. There's Alex there in the bright orange car, you can't miss it. And Jesse Bryan, yes, has gone back one spot in the lone car again this weekend.
Yes, that's right. Mike's in Sydney, I believe, this weekend at some military display or something up there. So as part of his business, so he's off protecting.
Is that
the
what
country.
they're calling the Bathurst 12?
It could be.
It's a tax write-off, is it?
That's right.
It's a military display of force.
Whatever tax you can get back, it's worthwhile doing. So. Alex Jory there having a look up trying around the outside of Brian, but that's not going to work. And here we are coming through into the last corner onto the front straight. Looks like Ashley Rogers is doing a good job of holding fifth position there, better known as Goose, with Simon Schiff harrying him a little bit. The Golden Wonder. That's a very well prepared and beautiful looking car, and he's got a bit of a run on him off the back, the last straight there, and he might just draft past him coming into one. This will be interesting to see how much Simon wants to risk up the inside of one.
Our leaders side by side through turn 1. Jory looking right to the outside, keeps it just on the circuit. Just about got onto that painted surface. I reckon there'll still be a bit of standing water on those painted surfaces. You don't want to get onto those painted surfaces within 2 or 3 hours of the last rainfall. No. But kept it going. Brian has managed to regain the lead, I guess, if you like. But wow, that was some brave stuff by those two protagonists going side by side through turn 1. Have a look at Jory again now. He's being shown the long way around, but we saw that worked for the 24 last time round. Jeff Bowles was sent the long way around the back of Jesse Bryan, and you see that? Simon Brian's Schiff trying that line as well.
Yes, indeed, yep. Simon Schiff there's got to move through on Goose in the number 50 E30 Racing car. Goose, a relatively newcomer to the category, but doing really well. He normally cross-enters into IP to get a little bit more track time, and he's definitely benefiting from that.
I won't be calling him Goose until I've shaken his hand and met him properly, but you can run with that at the moment. We'll just use Ash Rogers. We'll leave it at that. Maybe Buck Rogers or something like that.
Well,
if he does something and heads towards space or something like that, we might brand him something other than Goose. Or is he maybe Goose out of Top Gun?
He could be.
There you go. That didn't end well.
No, it didn't.
Don't mention that.
We've got Ryan Carter here and Mark Lukowski having a good little battle over Lukey and down into MG. Mark having a look up the inside. I don't think he's going to make that work on Ryan. Ryan, another newcomer to the category this year. So, and Mark, a returner. He hasn't raced with us regularly for a few years now, but he's trying to get that car back on the track as often as he can. So he fell foul of the new weight regulations this year. So he didn't realise that we added an extra 20 kilos to the cars.
It's a shame. That's the responsibility of the vehicle preparer to do that. And a change for the race lead.
Yep.
Sees Jory for the first time in 2 1/4 laps go through into the lead. Brian Burke just, you wouldn't say caught napping there, but out-strategised on the run onto the straight. The 22, I would say, maybe had about 3 or 4 kilometres an hour terminal speed, and it was just enough to sneak by before they ducked into turn 1.
But he's not letting him get away with it. He's definitely there. He looks like he's coming up on the outside for turn 4, is Brian.
You know what this is doing? This is bringing it right back into Jesse Bryan's clutches now. He's starting to pull back. These two are starting to lose a bit of lap time, and Bryan puts the nose in. And the new Motorsport Australia regulations say you have to give all contenders racing room. So there's no way you can't just go slamming that door shut. I mean, you can, but you've got to do it subtly.
Absolutely.
And out of view of the cameras. So right now, when you're at the front of the field, more than likely, the cameras are watching.
Bryan's learning some new characteristics in that car this weekend. He's put a new set of headers on it, and he's saying that it's driving a little differently, but it looks like he's benefiting from that because he's certainly not letting Alex Jury run away with it as he has in the past.
Bryan looks to the inside. Yeah, this is bringing a race of 4. Half a lap ago it was a race in 2. Bryan's actually brought Jeff Bowles with him as well. Jeff is certainly well and truly in this, and one of the things I like about Jeff Bowles is that he is able to use different parts of the track, and he's not scared to. I'll just use it. I'll have a go. If it doesn't work, then next time we won't do it that way. But I'm not going to do exactly the same as the guy in front of me because that's not working for me.
One of our longest serving committee members and longest members of the club, indeed. So he's been around and he knows the tracks well. Looks like Jesse's going to look to put his nose up the inside of Bryan into one, and he's pushed him wide there, so that was a good move there by Jesse to move Bryan over just before the apex, and he's benefiting from that as he comes in through Southern Loop and around turn 2. So Bryan again not letting Jesse get away with that. Jesse's going to obviously try and pull up behind Alex if he can and bring this back to being a 3-car battle. I know Alex is going to be putting his head down and trying to pull away from those two as they battle and slow themselves down.
Race leader now coming very nicely. Jesse Bryan into P2 now, so Brian Burke got some work to do. This is not a position that Bryan finds himself in the Transrock car very often, racing in the garagistic BMW E30 Championship. And at the moment, Jesse Bryan driving the lone car in 7 or 8 different liveries all over that car. A tribute to many different liveries on many different race cars of many different periods.
You drive faster when it's someone else's car, don't you?
Absolutely do. And knowing Jesse Bryan, don't know him that well, but I've met him a number of times, and he'll be wringing the absolute neck of it.
Absolutely.
And that would be regardless of whether it's his car or someone else's. That's just how Jesse goes about it.
And as Mike would expect him to.
Correct.
And we've got a race in 5 now, so they've all closed up. Simon Schiff there getting on the back of Jeff Bowles, who is close in behind Brian Burke, following closely behind Jesse, with Alex just skipping away a little bit now as they come through the final corner onto the front straight. Simon getting a bit of a run there on Jeff. I think he might try to put it up the inside as he did on Goose a little bit earlier. No, he's trying the outside run now, up the outside of Jeff down the pit wall there, switching to the inside for turn 1. But I think he's thought better of that. It might be a little bit damp in spots through 1, so tucks in behind Jeff and looks to maybe have another go as they come through Southern Loop and turn 2. Ryan Carter now down the front straight. Bit of a lonely race now that he's separated from, I can't remember who he was racing earlier. That might have been Mark Gurgowski. Mark's run away a little bit, and a couple of guys at the end, they're having a little race in 2 between themselves. So
Mark's doing a really good job, hasn't he, for a guy that was put off the back of the field. Yeah.
He's basically dragged himself almost back up to where he originally qualified from. So that's a good effort there from Mark, considering that he hasn't raced in quite a number of years, certainly competitively with us, that's for sure. So he's going to be pretty happy with that.
There's the championship points there. Alex Jory 196, and he's doing his championship a world of good right now. 30 points. The 25.
Alwyn Lim has put it into the kitty litter. Where's that? Is that?
I think that's exiting 2. Yeah, that is
exiting Southern Loop. That's right.
Southern Loop there.
Looks like we're going. That'll definitely be a safety car, I would think. That's
looking right over to the back of Smith's Beach, and right from the very background is Woolamai.
They might, given it's going to be the last lap, they might just maybe they'll just finish the race under double wave yellows there.
Have a look at this. This will be a ripping battle all the way to the end. We've still got another lap and 1 turn to go. Jesse Bryan's got through on Brian Burke, the number 27. It's always pretty brave to put that 27 on your car. Of course, Casey Stoner and Alan Jones, World Championship winning number. Always gives me a bit of a smile when I go, you put that number on your car, you're expecting big things.
Yeah, so Brian has the weight of the MotoGP grid on his shoulders there. Simon's still not able to get around Jeff Bowles there down into one. He tried again this lap and was unable to make it work. Is that another?
Oh, just a screech of the Yokohamas being pushed to their limit.
As they go past the local yellows there. As
look at that, Simon Schiff getting very mid-corner there, just running right across the front of Rogers. In the 24, they're going to go, it's Jeff Bowles, sorry. They're going to go side by side all the way around turn 3. The E30, of course, renowned for its balance, 50-50 weight split. As is one of our other one-mate classes, the Porsche 944 is pretty much famous for the same weight split across the car.
Absolutely. Simon was dealing with a little bit of understeer in the wet in qualifying, so didn't really put it where he wanted it to be, but he's certainly making up for it with a bit of fun racing now with Jeff Bowles. It looks like he's going to get up the inside, then the outside of Hayshed.
Of course, the BMW E30s are eligible for the State Racer 4-hour, which was run last year as the Freedom 4-hour, is going to be on again at Winton, and the BMW E30s, I reckon, at a 4-hour would be very, very strong indeed. 10th of September, check that out. Of course, being put on again by Raceworks Promotions, and they'd be the ones you'd have to get to, raceworkspromotions.com.au. I reckon an E30 would be a good thing to do.
Might even try and find myself on the grid there. That might be fun to get back in the race car.
Oh, I reckon you could convince me to come out of retirement to help you with that.
Well, we'll see what we do about that, Darren. And here goes Alex Jury taking the checkered flag in race 1, followed by Jesse Bryan and Brian Burke closely behind him for 3rd place. Jeff holds out Simon Schiff with a last-minute run down the front straight. So that's our first 5 in the category. And we've got a couple of close 6th and 7th here. That was like Goose has kept himself ahead of Mark Gulgowski, who's done a really good job there to drag himself back up into 7th position, followed by Rory Plant, who has also done well after not enjoying the wet qualifying this morning.
I've just been thinking quietly to myself as an unemployed race car driver for the last 22 years.
You and I both.
If I can get enough plugs on air for the State Racer 4-hour, brought to us by Harrop, and you can get it all at raceworkspromotions.com.au. I'll look after the entry, you look after the car, because if I get enough plugs, we'll get a good entry fee for me, of course.
I think that works. And I don't
and Lim spears off.
That's a replay. That's the replay. And
yeah.
I don't see why Blendline shouldn't put some stickers on the car.
Why not?
We can have a word to them. We might know them, hey?
Yeah, we might do.
Know someone important there?
Yes, so that is the BMW E30. He's going to take a quick break because we've got the Sports Sedans. And no, we haven't. We have got, Sports Sedans coming up on track next. We'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Boy, we've had a ripping start to this weekend's racing. Has been fantastic. We opened up with Formula Ford, historic touring cars and HQs turned on a great sliding battle in the wet. The MG and invited British cars came out on track next for some tremendous entertainment. Formula Bs were on the first, I guess, of the dry track. Then we went to the improved production. They had a ripping run as always. It is V8 territory there at the moment, and the display of today, that's how it played out. E30 Racing, we've just bid adieu to the E30s, and that was a tremendous race as well. Now, the QP loops for the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship rolling out on track, and only 2 weekends ago, it was an absolute all-star cast down there at the Cargo Hall in South Wharf in Melbourne there for the 50th anniversary, albeit 52 years now since the Sports Sedan Association of Victoria started promoting the category, and it has gone from strength to strength over decade and many, many different eras of sports sedans. We love the big bangers. They always bring great entertainment to us, and it was a great crowd that night. We had 2 new life members, which were strong representatives in the state series of racing, with Damien Johnson and Michael Robinson inducted to be life members, and it was great to have every single one of the life members on the stage for those 2 very highly contributing members to the Sports Sedan to receive their life membership. And of course there was a number of different bits and pieces throughout the night. The forum, which was terrific to have Ron Harrop, Tomo, Gary Rogers, Darren Hossack and others on the stage there for that part of the night. So a really big, happy anniversary, 50-year celebration 2 weeks ago for the Victorian Sports Sedan, or the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. So everyone had a great time, and big g'day to some of the old timers on the 50th anniversary Facebook page joining us to watch this stream, to watch the category that they brought to this to Australian motorsport all the way back in the late 60s and early 70s. So thanks for joining us. Hope you stay with us for the season. Indeed, make your way to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit tomorrow to see 2 QP Leagues Victorian Sports Sedan races. I've got right alongside me Callum Brannigan, who's going to join us for this one as the Sports Sedans roll out onto the grid. In pole position, it is Cameron McKee in the number 44.
It's great to see an AU Falcon on pole position at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. He's alongside John Ippolito in the VX Commodore, sharing the front row. So that's a bygone era of Holden versus Ford. It's great to see those 2 lining up on the front row. Of course, wet conditions mixing up the order. Chaz Talbot starting out of 3rd position in the number 12 entry. Chaz, of course, he is an absolute stalwart of sports sedans racing, especially in Victoria. Fond memories of the old VN Commodore that he used to steer. We've got Adam Poole. He's in 5th position. He's stepping up from improved production. You probably would have seen his car, the white Mcnamara, the TRP ductwork car earlier this afternoon. That's a 6-litre power plant, an absolute machine. Great to see him featuring in sports sedans as well. Double duties this weekend for him. Francois Habib in the number 23 Dodo Commodore. Looks exactly as it did when it raced. Looking resplendent on the screen there, the number 23 car making its way through turn 10 on the sighting lap. He is ahead of Dean Cam, starting out of P7. He shares row 4 with McLeod. Craig Piergross is also doing double duties this weekend in the number 640 Falcon. He's showing in 9th position at the moment alongside Shaw. Graham Haddow in 11th position in another AU Falcon, and Disco Stewie Eustace in the number 90 Mazda 3. Starting out of 12th position. This is scheduled to be a 6-lap race according to the timing monitor, and you've also got on your screen as well the confirmation of the championship points at the moment, with Tony Groves currently at the top. Outstanding start to his season, but he is decidedly missing from this weekend's action.
Yeah, that is an interesting exclusion. I caught up with a crew member in the pouring rain just this morning, and it's an engine on Tony's car that has gone, the Mark car from Mornington Mazda. I believe they're having a bit of a seasonal clear out down there at Mornington Mazda. So if you're looking for a Mazda or a used car, go down and see Tony. He's probably on the tools down there today trying to sell some cars. So say good day to Tony for us and tell him you saw him at the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. 2 cars on the front row of the grid that we haven't seen on the front before. Strange to see on the 4th row, Dean Cam in the number 66 Corvette, multiple Victorian champion, multiple races on the national scene, and an absolute avid Sports Sedan competitor. Watch for Stewie Eustace, one of his first events in the marked car off the back of the grid, but we cast our eyes to the Ford versus Holden battle, and Ippolito has stalled it in the 97. Talbot gets clouded by Lynch on the way through. Talbot goes to the dirt, recovers, and Ippolito in the 97 gets going again there. So left stranded on the line. It looks like the dentist from the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, Greg Lynch, is going to lead the field down into turn number 1. And oh my, the charge off there, that is a massive off. Gathers it all up and manages to get it all back there. Francois Habib will be reaching for a new driving suit at the end of this one. That was a rapid exit at turn 1. He's managed to keep it all together, and it looks like we've got a bit of coolant or something on the line there from 1, 2, 3 rows back. That was McLeod. In fact there, so not sure what that is. It looks like, I'm not sure whether it's oil or it's coolant, but it certainly goes all the way down the straight and it's definitely glistening. I'm not sure that our grid officials have seen that yet, but there's certainly a lot of some sort of fluid on the straight. We're looking at it now on the screen here, so let's hope that it is coolant and not some sort of oil down there. We'll see if it is going to clear up.
Yeah, it sounds like we're getting reports of coolant pouring out of the number 23 entry. So that is Habib, who had that massive moment going into turn 1. The car seemingly unable to stop and just ploughed on into Bass Straight, and he had to take a lot of care rejoining the circuit as well. Because
that's what the rubbish on the start line is from too. That's where Habib started the race from as well. But the race does go on here. Dean Cam is falling into the clutches now of Craig Piergros, and the...
So Cam's pulled off. So I think he had a couple of issues coming out of the dummy grid and down the pit lane before this race. He was actually holding up the field as they were coming out to make their siding lap. So there might be a couple of mechanical mishaps with the Corvette, unfortunately for Dean Cam. But it caught out Craig Piergros in the number 640 Falcon. He wasn't anticipating Cam being so sluggish coming out of turn 11, and he actually made light contact with him. So a little bit of rubbing between those two, but fantastic to see that the improved production guys in Piergros and Adam Poole are stepping up into Sports Sedan's competition, and it's a great example on screen right now. He's taking the battle right up to Greg Lynch, who has been a front runner so far this year in the QB Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans Championship. Darren,
a little bit of history on the Lynch car. It started off the competition as somewhat of an improved production car, not strictly an improved production, but used to run the HSV and HDT Owners Club type of events, which is a rule set very similar to improved production, but it is a full-blown sports sedan now. And the dentist out of the eastern suburbs clearly loved that Scafie livery from that era. And that's why the car is completely dressed up like that. Adam Poole, fresh off the victory in the previous race out on track with IP. We go back to Cam McKee, Craig Piergros in the Falcon, Cam McKee, then Lotto gets in there. Stewie Eustace has made his way into position number 6. So that was the marked car, the Mazda 3, off the back of the grid, and you can see he has just got that slight little gap between him and the black car, Commodore. But our race leaders coming around the top end of the circuit, Greg Lynch not short of horsepower, either is Adam Poole, but the Sports Sedan starting to get menaced by the car on its radials right behind him. And Adam Poole, the South Australian that has basically migrated to Victoria every race meeting for the last 2 years. And have a look at this battle. This is raging here at the moment. The Falcon is going to be gazumped by 2 full-blown Sports Sedans down into turn 1. A little bit more grip in the mid-corner on the slick cars. Of course, Piergros running the radial treaded tyre that is used in that category. And Stewie Eustace around there as well. B&M Boris on the side of the Piergros car number 640. Here comes Stewie Eustace. Just switch to one of the And stomping down the straight there. There's Stewie Eustace, new to the mark car, joined his mate Tony Groves, who leads this championship in the Mornington Mazda entry, under brakes. Looks to the inside, and someone is going straight on there. Is that Cam McKee?
It is, yeah. He's pulled off at turn 4, so he's pulling into the pit paddock. Something is not right with the AU Falcon, so that's an unfortunate end for the pole sitter. He's out of the race, and he was looking good for a podium there as well, so we'll have to wait and see and shake the trees between races and see what comes out and bring you all the news tomorrow to find out what was going on. But this is a great battle ensuing between Pierre Gross and Disco Stu, the number 90 mark cars, Mazda 3. He's having a look around the outside as they come over Lukey Heights. Pierre Gross parks that car firmly on the inside line, but it's Stewie Eustace who'll have the inside line. But discretion is the better part of valour on that one. So this will be another great example between those two cars. The Eustace Mazda 3 as well has had a plethora of development parts thrown at it, especially in the aerodynamics department. So the car looks a lot different than when it initially debuted several seasons ago. So it's undergoing continual development changes as we've seen throughout its competition in the VSRS, and coming down the main straight, he'll pull out from behind Pierre Gross. But the battle's still raging on. Dean Cam's made his way back out onto the track as well after a trip through pit lane for the team, just to make some quick assessments on that Corvette, make sure it's all hunky-dory.
Tony Groves leading the championship very nicely at the moment on 196. That's going to disappear pretty quickly, and I'd suggest that is why Dean Cam has ventured back out on track, because he needs to start to claw back the points gap. Dean sitting in 4th place behind Ippolito 2 and 162. Then it's Francois Bibb on 157, Dean Cam on 132, Cam McKee on 100. Cam's going to go backwards as he's not taking any further part in this race, but Dean Cam has ventured back out on track, and he's fast. It actually looks like he's leading this race. Adam Poole is slowing. Adam Poole is definitely slowing in the white Monaro, so he is in a bit of strife there because he's just dropped right off the back of Greg Lynch. And Greg Lynch has now got himself a very, very handy lead indeed in this race, because if Adam Poole's not going to be able to go on with it, the next car is going to be the black car John's driving. So he's going to have himself a very, very handy lead. Here comes Pierre Gross.
Chaz Talbot caught out at the start of the race. His car, the Camaro, number 12 Camaro on screen right now, looks like a little bit of a handful at times, especially when he's trying to idle the car and actually just get it to the dummy grid through the pit paddock. The car looks incredibly hard to drive at slow speed, but I think it's a bit of a handful at its top speed as well. So Chaz Talbot doing a great job
as well. So Chaz Talbot just had to take evasive action as the Falcon came to the pit lane. So it's a bit of a race of attrition at the moment. Habib, Haddo and McKee. Although Dean Cam is back out on track, we just see the Falcon disappear into the paddock area out of the top 5. So I guess he's found his way and gone, well, I can run amongst these top sports sedans. I'll park it up because I'm feeling a little bit weary after doing the improved production race just one race ago. And they'll have some work to do on that car to get it ready for improved production racing for tomorrow morning, their first race at 10 o'clock in the morning. Here's Adam Poole though, he's fighting back. In fact, it is Greg Lynch that's starting to slow a little bit now. Maybe Greg thought, well, I can just ease now. He's closed the gap a lot, but here comes the number 97, right on the heels of Poole, and I would suggest it is the fastest car on track at the moment, the 142.23 in the number 97.
Yeah, Ippolito starting from the front row. He's showing plenty of pace, but it's getting very close between the top 3 in the battle for the lead. It's basically 3 very similarly chassis Commodores, albeit slightly different in variation. Obviously, Adam Poole in the middle there with the 2-door Monaro. Again, I'm very impressed to see that car. Obviously, it's got a massive 6-litre power plant under the bonnet. He's coming under fire now from Ippolito, who looks up the inside. He thinks better of that one, but he's you can see the grip differences between those two cars as well. So Adam Poole had the rear of that car dancing as they came down the main straight, but the car of Ippolito looked a lot more settled as he absolutely storms by into P2. and Poole looks like he's just sort of settled back as well, so he'll sit back and observe for the moment. Obviously, two completely different class cars, but a great example of the variety that's on offer here at the round 3 of the Victorian State Race Series here at Phillip Island, and I'm glad to say that the sun is out and it's looking absolutely fantastic at the moment.
I do like the fact that this Commodore's got the headlights on, very reminiscent of it running in its day in that livery. It is not that car. This is a bespoke-built sports sedan. But have a look down the inside. The 97, Ippolito goes in and runs wide. Greg Lynch, the dentist, is absolutely eyes wide open and concentrating here at the moment. He has got his hands right down in the back molars at the moment. This is going to be a drive to the flag. It's a ripper drive. In fact, is this going to be a victory? Either one of them. Is this going to be a victory? Last year, the 97 had a really good run at this weekend. Got some good points out of this weekend. So got second in the final race for the weekend and got third for the round. That's the 97 we're looking at now. One side says IRC, the other side says form. So don't get confused like I do every time I see this car in a race. It's got two different liveries, one on the left side and one on the right-hand side. But here it is. This is going to be a horsepower race. Let's see if Lynch can bring this down for his maiden victory in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Lines it up. It's going to be a side-by-side run here. No, it's not. Lynch has got the Mumbo and takes his first victory in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship here this weekend. What a moment for Greg. A terrific run at it. Been at it for quite a few years now. Like I said, ran in the HSV and HDT Owners Club for many years. Stepped up with the guys at Ravage Racing and has won a race. Of course, Darren Breeden started the build on that car numerous years ago, and now it is now a QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship race winner. Well done to Greg Lynch, and even excellent drive there for John as well. He started off the front row, went backwards, and has fought back hard. And Disco Stew, off the back of the grid, has brought the marked car number 90 home in third place. Chas Talbot, another good result there for the veteran in number 12, home in fourth place. Fifth place in the end to Adam Poole, was wringing the neck of that Mcnamara to try and stay out with these full-blown sports sedans. Then we have the number 72 of McLeod getting home there. Ben McLeod in his 6-litre Holden Commodore. And that rounds out the finishes. In fact, no, it doesn't, because we've still got Shaw and Dean Cam coming to the line in the Camaro. Let's just have a look at the lap time. So Dean, after he'd been into the pit, his fastest lap was a 1:39.84. And in fact, Dino's just, that's the fastest lap of the race. So went into the pit lane, came back out, and has done, in Dean Cam fashion, our fastest lap of the race. We'll be back with the Circuit XLs on your screens and live here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit as part of round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Back in a moment. Welcome back trackside. Great to see all of those highlights from the last round at Winton. For the E30s, for the XLs as they make their way around to the grid here for round 3, their first race for the weekend. Let's see what the XLs throw up for us this weekend. The front row of the grid will be made up. On pole position is the 777 XL from the Evolution Racing team. Take note of that, the 777 of Ethan Grigg-Galt, the Evolution Racing team. You heard it first here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Right alongside will be Waghorn. Then we go back a road to Phillips. And then it's to Mason Kelly, Kay, James in the 61. 33 is Tompkins. Back to Seal. Brad Vareca in the 96. Great to see the two generations of racers continuing on the family way. Then it's Faulkner, Melosso, Lodge, Griffith, Nichols, Stylo, rounding out the top 15. Field goes all the way down to 31 here this weekend. We go to Techstar, McCoy, Scott Appledore, Mergevac, Sala, Nash, Fleming, Royce, Line, Cloud, Balakis and Braithwaite round out our field as the field starts to take its place. Steve DeVries has joined me again in the commentary booth for this one. This needs 2, 3 or 4 commentators to cover this field.
Often we do. Sometimes we've seen grids well over 40 cars here at Phillip Island, and you need 2 sets of binoculars and 4 eyes in 2 sets in the back of your head and about 4 sets of eyes around the booth to keep an eye on all the action that goes on with the Hyundai XLs. Not too far away from a start here, just waiting on the green flag at the back of the 31 car field, and there it is. You can see it waving on your screen there. And we are set for Ethan Grigg-Galt and Toby Waghorn to lock horns on the run to turn 1, and here we go.
Grigg-Galt gets away nicely. Waghorn disappearing down through the field, not getting off the line very well at all. Scott Appledore doing a nice job there as well. McLeod pushing through the field. Sinclair going backwards, albeit down near the back of the field there in the Burson's car, sweeping across into turn number 1. It was a ripping start from the front row of the grid, but it wasn't our pole sitter. In fact, it was our pole sitter. In fact, number 2 has disappeared back down through the field. This is not what we want to see. 2 cars astray in the dirt. Gather it all up. Luckily gathering it all up. We didn't get to do a Kokonos in the McLaren sliding across the grass there like we've seen in the socials over the last week or so.
Took the words right out of my mouth there. I was worried we were going to have a repeat of exactly that incident from last year, but thankfully not this time around. Having a look through the order as well, Toby Waghorn looks like he's lost about 6 or 7 spots from his front row starting spot as well. Just didn't look like he got away from the line too cleanly. Initial reaction was very, very good, but just too much wheel spin, and then probably missed the shift into second gear. So that's allowed Phillips in the number 8 to get onto the back of Grigg-Galt as they head up the back part of the circuit for the first time.
Phillips 3-wheeling it through the mid-corner at Siberia. Obviously a lot of weight over the front of the wheels. Still probably a little bit of brake applied there as well, just propping the back of the car up there. So still on the brakes, sort of entering to mid-corner there and just carrying it through there. Nice if you can do it. Nice if you can carry a little bit of brake. Craig Lowndes and Michael Schumacher certainly made lively careers of that driving style, and many years and many dollars later, both of them, that style was their sort of signature off the front wheels, albeit that they're both driving rear drive vehicles. But certainly if you can continue that sort of racing. So we watch the number 9 come under fire now for the 46, coming charging at it.
That's a stellar run out of turn 11 to make that move and pull it off by the time he got to turn 12. That's a very, very smart move from number 46 there.
Peter Faulkner.
Peter
Faulkner. Look at this. They're fanning out all over the track now, trying to find their own bit of real estate to run on. They're 2 wide in the opening pack there as well. The All-American vehicle just pushing through very hard there in the number 31 battery stopped car.
Harry Tompkins and Hugo Simpson, they're the 2 that you just alluded to. Simpson, of course, currently leads the point standings, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. He's actually got 30-point lead over the car in front of him, which is Ethan Grigg-Galt. We've now seen Phillips go to the lead all but briefly. Grigg-Galt's going to argue the point down here through turn 3 and on to 4.
777 with its Mazda sign across the front of Ethan Griggold for the Evolution Racing team. And the 117 there as well, blazing away at it is Hugo Simpson. And this is a good battle out in front. And doing a nice job of it at the moment. Let's hope they keep off each other and we can have a nice, clean 6-lap race for the Circuit XLs.
Now, Waghorn had managed to get himself back up to what was P5 and actually still is P5 on the road here at the moment. He's in behind this battle, and this is going to help him recover some of the lost ground that he gave up at the start here. So he could be making this a 5-car battle group instead of a 4-car train. He's dragging Mason Kelly along with him as well. So there's Kelly in the white and blue machine just behind Waghorn, and then Brad Verica, and then the number 61 of Bradley James. They're the next 2 pair coming along as well.
They really are the class of the season, this group that we're talking about. Back to the top 10 really have been in this group has been pretty much the same. Not the positions on the track, but the 10 drivers in some sort of order. They're really starting to play this season out well. They've really got the setup of the car well. They're rolling onto the track in qualifying nicely, and managing to stay out of a lot of trouble that can start to occur in big fields, mid-pack and down the back there, where often starting off the race. Oh, have a look at that. The bouncing through there for Greg Galt. Goes back a spot. The 117, the All-American, goes through there. Nice work by Hugo Simpson. Takes full advantage of that. And that's what this sort of one-make racing, not high performance, not high-speed racing. It's all about the dynamics of the race unfolding and being able to take full advantage of, I guess, someone else's misfortune in front of you.
That's right. A slightly different line for Griggold out of turn 2 as well. He had a really good run on the 117 of Hugo Simpson coming through turn 3, but Simpson just moved it over a little bit, slightly off the racing line in 3, covered the potential passing move off into turn number 4. And this is the thing about it too, some of these cars, they carry some really good momentum through a number of turns. You can see here, running too wide is not necessarily a bad thing with the XLs. They've got a control suspension package, the Super Shock package being mandated for from this year onwards. Previously you had a couple of different choices at your disposal. So they've tried to level the playing field as much as possible. It's actually tended to produce some really good side-by-side action, and you don't really seem to lose a lot out unless somebody, of course, just refuses to give you the space, and then you're off in the weeds.
Greg Galt now getting a little bit impatient as we see the number 8 of Ryan Phillips, who's driven a very well-concentrated race here at the moment for 3-point rolling, and they're doing a nice job with it.
Waghorn starting to range into view here as well.
He's really making a race of 5 at the moment.
He's closed that gap down quite a lot in the last 4.5 kilometres around this Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We're going to be at half distance this time around, so there's still plenty of time for him to make a statement here.
Just in fact, Waghorn's bringing James with him. A little bit of a gap back to Vereca, who's made up a couple of spots, which is great. Ryan Phillips now appropriating the lead, up 2 on that last lap to Simpson, Greg Galt, Tompkins, Waghorn, Brad Vereca, then it's James, Lodge, Seal and Tech Star McCoy rounding out the 10.
Late dive there for Greg Galt into turn number 1. The door sort of open, maybe looked like Simpson maybe sort of either left the door half open and Greg Galt was there in a flash, back through to second spot. And Mason Kelly's just lost a little bit of touch here with Toby Waghorn. Oh, we've got the Cristillo car off the circuit as well. And I thought that car had a little bit of damage. Oh, there's some damage on the car now. That was contact.
Was full lock understeer. Didn't matter where the steering wheel was going across that wet grass. Finally got on the black stuff and it turned extreme left. Full left lock on. I think it surprised the driver as well. He was just trying to rescue it.
And is that Greg Galt that just got escorted at Honda? I think it might have been. It was. So
well, here we go. The gentleman racing is over. We've got half race distance. Tick that box.
Yep.
Now unleash the beast,
gentlemen.
In XL racing style.
Gentlemen, new balls, please. It's a whole new game from this point onwards.
It is. Let's see what transpires now. Ryan Phillips is, I'm going to say, has driven so far a really good race here. He's seen the game in front of him. He's played to it, got in the lead. Now he really needs to just drive his own race because there's this battle raging behind him. He's going to get suckered into it, that's for sure, because I reckon someone's going to come tapping on his bumper at one point. Tompkins goes through on Simpson. Greg Galt just playing a rear gunner there. Waghorn right in this mix now. He's been driving very nicely over the last lap and a half or so to weigh in on this. And he's got Greg Galt too, right down the inside. It's going to be tough to hold on to it there, to flow the car onto the straight to get maximum pace all the way down the straight there. At the moment, the 777's got the slipstream and has probably got the higher entry speed to the straight. Right over extreme left, and in fact the field follows like a snake over there where Waghorn has gone. Let's see what plays out.
Full back into line there as well. Waghorn sort of had to tighten the steering a little bit through turn 12 because the natural line makes you flow out towards the exit curve there. There's a little bit of leaning on and door panels going on here between Simpson and Griggould, but so far all fair between the two of those, apart from the this last corner down here at turn 4 on the last lap. Is it going to be a repeat? We're going to find out if Simpson was the aggressor that potentially escorted Griggould off the road here. They're all changing lines and picking their braking spot.
Tell you what, the Evolution Racing Team driver of the 777 is weighing on this again.
There's a bit of contact there. I think Harry Tompkins may have copped a little bit of a nudge from behind because he lost 2 spots very, very quickly in all of that.
Griggould has gone back through into P2. Simpson drops back a spot there. Waghorn weighing on this beautifully, has left the run till mid-race to push it through. Mike Sinclair goes to the pits in the Burson Garage car. So just outside the top 10, it's Faulkner. Royce Line goes through. This is the battle at the front of the field. That's your race leader in the number 9, the orange car there. The 777 and the 117 are just battling right throughout this race, swapping positions. The number 64 is the next one, 84, the next one there, which is Toby Waghorn.
Well, that's a little bit tight there for Waghorn. He just mentioned his name. He just got sort of half run out of room now to drop 2 wheels in the grass on the exit of MG corner. Last lap about to start, so if you're not in position now, you're going to be in trouble. Oh, we've got the number 39 of James Lodge, and he's been a front runner in the first couple of rounds as well. And where's he come to rest? That looks like it's over the
Hayshed somewhere.
Yeah, Hayshed, or maybe up towards Lukey Heights. Yeah, it's actually on the approach to Lukey Heights.
Yeah. That's not a good spot. I wonder if he went in the gravel, backed out, and has realised that something's not quite right there.
That's going to get yellow flags there now.
NQR for that particular XL. Well, that will nullify any passing across the top of the hill there. But it looks like all the cars are really slowing across that part of the circuit at the moment. Not out the front of our race leader though. So they will see yellow flags up there. There is a green flag at the top of the hill. So the braking fuel down into MG won't be negated. So that'll still be on the cards. I tell you what, let's not worry about that, because at 4 we're going to lose the lead from Ryan Phillips. In fact, Ryan Phillips could find himself back as far as 4th. Hangs on. Great message across the back of Hugo Simpson's car. Big thanks to all the volunteers. Wonder if he thinks that's going to give him some favour with the volunteers at some point.
Well, there's plenty of them out
Probably
here.
Will, yeah.
There's plenty of them out here.
Message.
It is. There's plenty of them out here this weekend. The part of the 70th anniversary stuff at Pyack as well. They've been doing a really good job bringing some new officials into the ranks as well. There's been about 10 or so new officials start over the course of the year, which has been great. I also saw the yellow and red striped flag out there as well a bit earlier, so maybe there's a reason for why the Lodge machine is parked up as well. Maybe it's dropped a little something on the circuit.
Griggould just getting a little bit of a nudge to the number 8 there of Ryan Phillips, letting him know he's there. In fact, at the moment, Griggould's going to be hung out to dry there in the Evolution Racing Team XL. He's got the battery spot car just making a way through there in Tompkins, and right in behind is Waghorn. He's been playing tail gunner for long enough. This is the run that counts to the checkered flag. They point their way up there. The 777 gets just pushed a little bit wide there. See what the result is though.
That's really close for 3rd place there, so Hugo Simpson will definitely get the race win there for ahead of Ryan Phillips, and Harry Tompkins has just edged Ethan Griggould by a nose, basically. It's
not even that.
Not even I call it a nose because it says 0.0099, so there's nothing in that at all.
Yeah,
absolutely
into thousandths of a second there. So a good run there, but the 777 got pretty jiggy with it coming across Lukey Heights with the number 8 Ryan Phillips, and here the field just streaming to the line now. Griggould Waghorn Mason Kelly. Brad Vareka up 2 spots in the 96. He finishes 7th. Then we have James Techstar McCoy and Royce Lynn finishing inside the 10. Good result there. Faulkner in 11th spot. There's the pictures of the stricken number 39 out there at Lukey Heights. Pete, what a magnificent view at the back there. You get out of the car and you look at that view, it's enough to clear your mind, isn't it?
Now that the sun's out as well, it looks even better. We've been waiting all day for the sun to poke its head out. It's finally done so in the last hour, and you would hate to think that it's actually winter right now, wouldn't you, Dan? You'd think it's actually probably like autumn or, coming into spring. It's not the winter conditions we've been getting used to for the last couple of days.
Well, even the last few hours earlier on today, we had some pretty heavy rain and wet conditions down here, but Phillip Island is, when it's bathed in sunshine, is an absolute magnificent place to be. And when you're at Phillip Island, the best place to be without doubt is the Grand Prix circuit. Some nice views around the track. That sees the XLs done for today. They'll have their first race tomorrow at 10:40. We've got Saloon cars on track next. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It's great to see the fans that have made their way trackside around the track. Thank you very much for joining us here for round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Hope you're enjoying yourself. And indeed, thank you very much to everyone tuning in to our live stream. We hope you're enjoying it wherever in the world you are watching it from. We've got Saloon cars coming out on track in just a few moments' time. There you go. There's some information on the screen there as to how the championship points are playing out for the Saloon cars for 2022. Daniel Johnson, the president actually of the association, has had a ripping couple of rounds and has jumped onto the top of the points. In fact, it's a very, very close points haul to Sean Jamieson in the Stan Hotel outfit, and was also the sponsor of the category at the last round. So good to see that that's a very, very live battle. That's Ford versus Holden, as you can see, the blue number or the red number. And then Angels Leoncini on 143 there as well. Mark Sutherland in the number 9. I guess not reflecting the amount of effort that Mark has put in. He has been rapid, particularly at Sandown, was very, very fast indeed, but sitting there in 4th place in the championship. And Nash Harris rounds out the top 5 for the Victorian Saloon Car Championship with 114 points. We've got a few recoveries going on around the track at the moment, as is tradition after the XLs have been on track. A couple of stranded vehicles here and there, but for most part, Steve DeVries, that last race was a pretty clean affair for the XLs.
Absolutely. Hark back to what we saw here in the February sprint meeting for Pyack, where they had the trophy in the Masters class, and good fun in the sunshine. Everybody enjoyed themselves, and there was plenty of on-track action. So I was looking forward to seeing the XLs deliver, and I think they did a fairly good job. There was a couple of unusual things there, with a couple of off-track excursions and so on and so forth, but for the most part, very clean racing, very, very fair racing, and good to see a little bit of panel rubbing, I guess, is Rubbins racing, I guess we call it.
Yeah, well, that's true, and I guess no one wants to go home with a dinged-up car. It's just way too expensive. Yeah, we're just getting some long shots. In fact, it's a beautiful landscape if you look at it for its entirety. Remove all the orange flashing lights and bits and pieces. But something, Steve, you just pointed out of note there is that the trackside marshals are putting some oil downer or some sort of soaker oil onto that bit of the track right out on driver's right-hand side there, which is offline. But like we've seen in the XLs and like we will see in the saloon cars, because they are very much close racing in the saloon cars, there'll be cars out there. So hopefully when the drivers head out on their observation and warm-up lap, they do see that, so that if they find themselves out wide there, or I don't think we're going to get any more rain today, but if we do get more rain, there's going to be a slick area on the track there. We saw earlier during the Sportscars race a lot of coolant left on the track there by the Francois Habib car, and if we get some rain, that's going to become quite a slick bit of track there, as well as the rain will bring whatever's in the bitumen to the surface.
And it's almost like we saw at the XLs at Winton. I think it was that second race on the Sunday morning. It was in the highlights package a little earlier. They were all slip sliding on something that had been left behind coming down into turn 10, and they couldn't see it. They all turned up on the scene. It's like, oops, here we go, and all sideways they went. There's the remainder of the schedule for you from tomorrow morning onwards. We're on air from just before 10 past 9 in the morning with Formula Ford. And then flowing through the rest of the order, the MG and Invited British, Formula V, improved production, and BMW E30. Now that's the only combined grid for those cars tomorrow. Of course, they're sharing shared a grid before, but for the first time this year they'll share a grid, and they have had separate races already today. They'll have a separate race you can see a bit later on in the schedule tomorrow. The interesting one there is 12:17 p.m, the Pyack speed comparison, which we've alluded to a few times. We're going to see Phil Chester in his MGF. We're going to see Mark Torberts in a 944, Craig Piergross in the XE Falcon. Then the fourth car in the list is going to be Michael Sinclair in a Hyundai XL. And then, of course, the Brabham BT62 is going to try and round them all up somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The handicapper, which we don't see a lot of handicap races, or butchers' picnics as they were colloquially known back in the day, that these sorts of things. This is being touted as the 70th anniversary of Kayak Speed comparison, and we'll certainly be looking forward to that.
Now, importantly, I put the word down to Nick Scarcelli yesterday, and actually Shane Rogers from Blenlow and I said to him, who's actually doing the handicapping? And he didn't want to give out any names. He just said it's race control and timing. So from their point of view, if the handicapper gets it right, they get all the glory. And if they get it wrong, well, he doesn't want to give out any names in case there's somebody that doesn't agree with the handicapping.
I'll take you via Jeff Bull's office on the way out and point to the seat that Jeff sits in.
That'll probably be where the person I think doing the handicapping is going to be doing all the mathematics tonight, I think.
It's either that or one of the race secretaries. That's our vantage point up here in the commentary booth. As you can see down here over my shoulder is the famous pit lane for the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and just out over behind us where we stand is, of course, the famous Wayne Gardner Straight. And I have been known on a four-wheel racing car weekend to rename it the Frank Gardner Straight, because Wayne can have the two-wheeler race meetings and Frank can have the four-wheeler race meetings. Equally famous Gardners in Australian motorsport. That's
it. And you can see just on the very top immediate right-hand corner of your screen there, just above the Victorian State Circuit Racing calendar, is the control tower. That's where we are. You can just see my hand just moving up in the top there. That's the very top of the race control tower. It's a full 360-degree view up here. We've got windows on all four sides. You can see just about every part of the track. The only exceptions being turns 7 and 8. They're obscured by trees. And turn 2, if you stand on your tiptoes for us, which to me it's a bit easier than you sometimes, Darren, we can just see a couple of cars at turn 2.
Well, there you go. With all that view and everything we've got, and the accurate one, Steve DeVries, right next to me, I still manage to get it wrong on more occasions than I get it right. So we've got lots of vantage points, but certainly
a couple of blind spots.
Every now and again we do get it wrong. There is some blind spots. We can't see all the way around the back of Payshed, although having said that, with the luxury that the Victorian State Race Series organisers and committee have put the live streaming on, we get some fantastic pictures out of BLTV, and we get to see that part of the track, which is an extreme luxury for us, and certainly is fantastic for all of the fans watching on right around the world on the live streaming. Don't forget that weekend on the 10th of September at Winton Raceway, the Harrop State Racer 4-hour, previously known as the Freedom 4-hour at Winton. Check it out at raceworkspromotions.com.au. Improved production cars, 3E, BMW E30 944 Saloon cars, and invited cars for a shootout qualifying for all entries, 2 and 3 driver cars, or 1 car, 5-minute refuelling pit stops, Saturday practice shootout, and 4-hour enduro with refuelling from improved pumps and rigs at Winton Motor Raceway. So Ben Schutz and his team will be looking after all of the ins and outs of that. So check it out at raceworkspromotions.com.au as we see the saloon cars making their way out onto track. This is how they will line up. On pole position, Adam Lowndes to Jacob Prestipino, then the number 9 of Mark Sutherland. In fact, Steve, I'm going to go so far as to say Mark Sutherland probably is deserved of at least a podium here this weekend. He's been driving very well. He's had some things that have caused him to go astray, but looking forward to seeing how the number 9 goes. Sean Jamieson in the number 18, the Sedan Hotels entry out of P3. Sutherland out of 4. Out of 5 is Andrew McSwain. Angels Leoncini out of 6 in car number 3. Nash Harris in the number 45. Out of 7, Luke O'Callaghan in the 63 out of 8. 9th place on the grid is Robert Knight to Glenn Campbell, Brett Tate, Cooper Capilleri and Matthew Yeager, rounding out the 13-car field here for the saloon cars this weekend.
Now, the one name you mentioned out of those ones is missing is, of course, Daniel Johnson. Unfortunately, he was a late withdrawal earlier this week with, unfortunately, the what they call the spicy cough now. We don't want to call it the C word anymore. We call it the spicy cough. So
C word, what, the Chinese flu?
Oh, yeah, that one too. So he's unfortunately had to withdraw from this one, and that's a shame because, as you saw a little bit earlier, he's at the head of the point standings. Very, very small margin over Sean Jamieson. As you said, it was a Holden versus Ford battle. DJ, of course, in the Ford, Sean Jamieson in the Holden. Although, another defection this weekend, Sean Jamieson has decided he wants to run the Ford camp. He's actually brought an AU Falcon with him across from South Australia. So I was looking at the point score, and of course they've got the blue for the Fords and the reds for the Holdens. I'm wondering, does this count as a new entry for him?
Yeah, I guess it could do, yeah. Yeah, there's the championship points, 182 to Daniel Johnson. That is going to be eroded quite substantially here this weekend. Sean Jamieson, Angels Lancini, Mark Sutherland and Nash Harris in the top 5 on points. Great pictures there of the service vehicles coming around. There goes the fire and rescue squad, the team medical crew there, and of course we'll see plenty of flags around the track from the Victorian flag marshalling team that do such a tremendous job. And in fact, it's any wonder that every time a race driver gets a camera thrown in their face directly after a race, thanks to the flaggies, because they really are the extra set of eyes. They're not the only officials out there, but they really are in tune with what's going on in that segment of the track that the flag marshals look after. They take it very seriously. There's a lot of training that goes into bringing a top flight flag marshal to a racetrack. It's not like you just get thrown in the deep end, there you go, there's some flags and a race. There's a lot of training, for the want of a better word, some hand-holding or some buddy system mentoring goes on, and really is some great trackside that you can get involved with. And we're talking about the 70th anniversary of Pike here this weekend. That club is steeped in official history, bringing and training officials to come through. There's plenty of roles. There's plenty of roles in the downstairs from us in race control. It can be a pressure pot at times, whether you like that or not, but certainly it is a great place to learn some life skills. And I mentioned paddock marshals, grid marshals, pit lane marshals. We've got our grid officials, all the park grid officials on the track at the moment. Green flag waves. Jeff Thomas down the back of this field in his AU, and he had a great run at Winton, and we're about to get away. Lowndes and Prestipino across the front row. It's Lowndes in the Pro Plum car that gets away nicely. Jamieson in his Falcon in the Morphvale Garage entry. He charges as well. So he's swapped brands, but he hasn't swapped his approach. He's gone right into a sweeping run. Puts him to the inside at turn 2. And boy, oh boy, Jamieson, someone went off the track there. Didn't quite pick up who that was.
That was
we just trolled it all up there. There's the 9 of Sutherland. Prestipino started off the front row. Thank you, Steve, there. He disappeared off onto the driver's left. Caught it all up. And the 99 against the 9 here. This is getting pretty tricky. A bit of a sway and a rock and roll around there for McSwain. And Lee and Cheney there. Harris taking evasive action. Callahan, Knight, Campbell all streaming through. And there's Jeffy Thomas has made up 3 spots in 2 corners.
He has indeed. He's had a very good start from the back of the grid as Jeff Thomas. And then you had Sean Jamieson, the 18, wasting absolutely no time, throwing caution to the wind right around the outside at turn 1 and pulled it off fantastically and now leads this race. Jacob Prestipino, it's been a couple of years since we've seen him in the Victorian Saloon cars. I think it was about 2019 the last time we saw him out here, and did really well to get himself onto the front row, but he's got a real fight on his hands now. Look, and then you got number 9 there, Mark Sutherland, giving no quarter to Adam Lowndes on the run up to turn 8 and 9.
Just watching all of that boil down of dust go up in the air. It's all the way down, all the way from Siberia up through Haysheds and up into Lukey. So cars sliding around on Prestipino particularly. This 9 and the 99 are absolutely glued together, and just to make it the commentator's nightmare, there's a 19 to throw in the mix there as well. So 99, 9 and 19. Pick the order you want them in 6 laps time, or 5 laps now. We'll see a winner. Interestingly enough, on cold tyres, Jamieson in the Falcon was sliding all over the place. Not a oversteer, just a 4-wheel slide across the surface. But what he's parked in his red Commodore, he's brought to the very front of the field in his blue Falcon. So encompassing all of those brands. Only 2 of them, but he's encompassing one of each end of the field. In fact, it's not each end of the field. He's a front guy.
Foot in both camps, I guess is probably the right way to call it.
That's it. Thank you, Steve.
There we go. So he's clearing away, but now the Prestipino's managed to fight himself back after sliding back as far as 4th place on the opening lap. He's now got himself back up into 2nd in the 99, the green and black machine. Now he's got a little bit of air in front of him. Let's see if he can hunt down the number 18 is Sean Jamieson over the next couple of laps. That's an unusual line from Jamieson actually going into turn 4. He was very, very narrow on the approach. I'm not sure if that was deliberate or not. But then behind him, Prestipino's actually not been able to quite shake Mark Sutherland just yet. Whoop, and we've got
Knight
Knight is off as well. So that looks like that's
exit of 2 there.
Yeah, exit of 2.
Yeah, that's not where you want to go off. That's a bit of a funny old spot there. That's been a bit of a handful.
Bit of an oversteer on the exit or something. Just pick the throttle up a little bit too early.
About oversteer. Understeers into snatch oversteer.
Andrew McSwain with a full, both sides, left-hand side, right-hand side, get it back under control. And then full big slide from Engels Leoncini behind there as well. And the lock-up behind from, who's that one back there? That's Nash Harris in the 48. So it's all different sorts of the spectrum here. You've got the steering issues, you've got the brake issues, and then you've got the guys that are able to keep it straight. Somehow they're all pointing still the right direction.
McSwain in the number 34 there. It wasn't a setup issue. It was the angle of the steering wheel inputs that were to blame there. The car was doing everything it was being told to do, and the driver, I think, was a little bit all at sea coming around there. Pretty scary part of the track, a wide open throttle in top gear there to have that sort of thing come loose, but has gathered it all up, I would say, taken a couple of deep breaths and pulled down on the harness a little bit there as well. Engels Leoncini and the R&J Batteries entry as well, pushing on pretty hard here. We're talking 5th, 6th and 7th on screen at the moment. Sorry, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, because Lowndes is in 4th. Jamieson has driven away to a lead of 1.3 seconds in the blue Falcon. Morph garage entry. Cristopino has got 1.15 seconds between him and Mark Sutherland. Mark Sutherland in the number 9, trying to find an answer for the 2 cars up the road in the 99 and the number 18.
So Lowndes lose another spot there to Andrew McSwain at turn 4. Very neat and tidy pass. No issues there. Plenty of space given. Seems like the AUs have come to play a little bit here. I know that we've got Sean Jamison's out in front, and of course it's a big skill from him to go from the AU Falcon and switch between that one and the Commodore that he's more familiar with seeing him drive. But, there's another bit of a slide job there as well. I'm wondering actually if that oil that was being cleaned up from the XLs might actually stretch a little bit further than the officials maybe have potentially picked up. That's a bit of an awkward spot right on the racing line for a car to just sort of snap sideways like that. Leoncini taking that line again. That's twice in 2 laps from him. He's been right out there, almost in the boonies.
It's a pretty exciting line.
Speaking of boonies,
it's Jeff Thomas doing some circle work.
It is, and you called it there. That's the circle work.
Around he goes, and again. I think he thinks he's at the Denny Ute Muster with a bit of that work.
Well, he hasn't got a dance partner, but
he'll
he's dancing solo.
He'll be ruining himself too. Jeff's normally a very neat and tidy gentleman. He's just found himself a little bit hot under the collar trying to find his way back to the track. We're going to 2 side by side here for 6th place on the road. They stream down through turn number 1. Engels Leoncini to Lowndes, and then Andrew McSwain in the number 34 Falcon, doing a pretty good job. Out in front, it's Jamieson to Prestopino, Sutherland, then McSwain, Lowndes in the Pro Plum car, number 19 we're looking at now. Then Engels Leoncini, Nash Harris, McCallaghan just off the back of that. And then we go back through the field, Capilleri, Campbell, Jeffy Thomas, Knight, Tate. Tate and Jaeger haven't completed a lap. Have a look at this. Leoncini gets it done on Lowndes, or does he? The 19 is going to go right around wide, and the R&J Batteries car of Andrew Leoncini holds on to it for now.
Good line held there as well. Leoncini be able to get on the power just slightly earlier here and use that to his advantage, and he holds through Siberia. So took him a couple of corners to execute that pass. Had to give a little bit of space, and now the battle's really closed up in front. There was actually a big difference in the lap time. It was a full second in lap time, so there was a little mistake somewhere on that last lap from number 18 is Sean Jamieson. Prestopino is now lockstep every wheel track of the way with 2 laps to run.
Going back with the dial before you dig National Series with Saloon cars, the Falcons were pretty much the weapon of choice at Phillip Island for a couple of seasons there. The Commodores did fight back, but is this a new resurgence?
Way out sideways.
Prestopino kicking up a spray like he was on a water ski in the Moomba Masters, a big spray flying out off the back wheels there.
That was very lucky too. He was so close to losing that because, of course, they're rear-wheel drive cars. You don't want to be putting the power down when you've got rear wheels in the dirt because you're very close to looping it. So that's an extremely lucky moment.
Unless that's what you're here for and you want to entertain yourself. With
entertainment value.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Wayne Wakefield in the RX 808 wagon, whatever you want to call it, 808 wagon, back in the day in club cars, come out, 4 wheels on the dirt, the only person that's ever done it, and make a spot by the end of the straight. It's a strange and unlikely race car, but a very good weapon in his hands, race winning. And maybe that's what Prestipino is trying to relive, the glory days.
Live in the glory days.
Four wheels on the dirt, doesn't recover many times in that part of the track. Under brakes now. Angels Lancini again looks on Andrew McSwain in the 34driveevents.com.au car. McLovin written on the back of his car. Obviously an in-joke.
It is. I think that it's like we've seen a few of these over the course of the last couple of years in Vic State Race Series. There's been a few memes, I guess they call them, if you're in the internet slang, plastered on cars here, there, and everywhere, and that's another one of them. A few play on words with different team names throughout the paddock as well. Always brings a smile to everyone's face because, let's face it, if you haven't got a sense of humour, sometimes when you go racing, you're probably taking it a little bit too seriously.
That's right. Have a look at this. Wow, this is going to be a dive.
That's a really good run, actually.
That's a good run there by the 34. There's a whole lot of grass. Oh, he messes it all up, goes sideways. Is he going to lose 2 or 3 spots here?
Lose one.
Have a look at that. The 63 of O'Callaghan is weighing in on this now. That's a shame for Andrew.
He's going to get him here too.
He's gone back 2 spots. In fact, he's probably going to lose another one to Commodore there.
Yep, Luke O'Callaghan, the Harrietville native, goes through at turn number 12 and the start the final lap here. So that's a costly error for Andrew McSwain, and it looked like it was going to be a brilliant move around the outside, not something that Engels Leoncini was expecting.
Well, it was a brilliant move, it just didn't come off.
It just didn't come off the way he wanted it to, just probably gassed it a little bit too early on the tight line. Have a look at this, 4 top spot in race number 1. 3rd spot is pretty much a fait accompli for Mark Sutherland. He's not going to feature in the last minute camera shots for this one. There's that defensive line again from Jamieson. He's taken it, but he's left the door open here, and Prestipino's going to try and go the long way.
Interesting there, seeing Prestipino grabbing a whole lot more lock on the Commodore, hands off the wheel, just trying to reef a bit more into it, try and get through there. The yellow gloves appearing in the screen. There, he's got it.
He's held in there.
He's looped it around, wide out of turn 4. Nice big looping run, got the power down, and just drove straight up the inside of Jamieson. Can't say he caught Jamieson napping because he's been around abouts there. Have a look at this. Sliding it around. He's going to lose some speed here. Jamieson knows it. He's going to go wide. Jamieson loses some speed as well. He's sliding on a very slick Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit around near the hay shed. Side by side, they plunge under brakes. Jamieson turns early to try and stop the corner exit speed, and what it does is that it puts him out onto the painted surface, and that will be all. You can put your glasses down because Jamieson won't come back from that big slide. In fact, what he did get out of it is 2 big black lines on the green painted surface. But have a look at this. Jacob Prestipino comes down the straight in his Commodore and takes a sweet victory after some time away from racing. And I tell you what, that is a very clear indication of what Jacob Prestipino has come back to the fray for.
What a recovery drive too, after missing it out at the start, dropping as far as 4th place, and he was almost going to be sinking back into the back half of the top 10. He did a fantastic job to show great speed, great touch, get through the field, and then latch onto the back of Jamieson and then pull off the right move at the right time. What a great drive.
What a great race, actually. That was really good because that was mixed up right through the field. I guess the result there, Mark Sutherland had a race all of his own in position number 3. Angels Leoncini, Lowndes, McSwain, Callan and Harris in the end all weighed in on that and coming to the checkered flag pretty close to each other.
Kubi Capillari across the line now. That's the home for 9th place. Glenn Campbell is listed as the man in 10th place. We're just waiting for him to come to the line, and that will be 10th place for Glenn Campbell as the field comes off at turn 4. So Prestipino home by 0.2 of 1 second. Bit of a gap back to Mark Sutherland of 5 seconds, and then Engels Leoncini and Adam Lowndes rounding out your top 5. That sets up for a very interesting second race tomorrow morning as well, Darren, considering that Prestipino has shown some great speed there. It's a similar lap distance tomorrow, and these old club sprints, I guess you can refer to them, given they're so short. It's the entertainment factor is definitely up there.
Certainly is. Saloon cars will be on at 10:58. Up next is the 888 Home Loans Porsche 944s, and I'll be joined by Ken Rowland, who's only just jumped out of the race car and become a commentator like any good ex-sportsman. Back in a moment.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second or third last event on the program, depending on how things are going for time. It's the 888 Home Loans Porsche 944 Challenge. They're out there on the circuit. See them all getting the heat into the brakes. A little bit of a change here in commentary box for this one. Darren Smith takes a well-deserved break. Myself, Steve DeVries, will take over this one, along with Ken Rowland. Ken, you've not been long out of a Porsche 944. It's been a couple of years since we've seen you in the category, but welcome to Central Commentary.
Thank you very much. I've been out for a couple of years, as you say. Good to watch these blokes punting around. The top two in qualifying, Jamie and Cam Bella, really did make the others look slow, which is not what we're going to see when this race starts. There was quite a few seconds between those two and the rest of the field due to the wet conditions. Two young blokes who are happy to take some risks and quite experienced, really showing what experience does.
Now, on top of that, you mentioned Cam Bella and Jamie Westaway have been in the category for quite a number of years now. Cam Bella, of course, has been a multiple state series champion over the last handful of years. He hasn't had it all his own way in the last couple of years, though. He has had the gauntlet thrown down to him, as you can see by the point standings that are there, with James Westaway, the reigning state series champion from last year, and that's why we said there has been a little bit of a shift with regards to how the balance of power is thought. But Cam's fighting back.
Cam, very experienced in 944s for many years, and as you said, multiple champion. Jamie Westaway out of Formula Fords and very experienced. Both young blokes, but actually quite experienced for this field.
They are indeed. Let's have a look at the grid as they come around the last couple of corners to line up. So you said Jamie Westaway and Cam Bell, the two men at the top of the standings on the front row. Then to Tony Andreevski, Anthony Westaway, Adam Brewer, who you saw was third overall there in the point standings. Mark Torberts, another one of the stalwarts of 944 racing over the last couple of years. He's going to be in the Speed Challenge tomorrow. So we look forward to seeing what he can do, not only on the track now, but also tomorrow at around lunchtime. Then back to Tim Wolfe in the 66. Andy Jackman, he's the only Andy out there. Andy Tudor and Andy Jones, unfortunately, having to withdraw from this one. So a couple of cars a bit shorter. Josh Brisbane, who's been in the 944s for not too long. I think it's about his second or third year, I believe, Ken, in the series.
Yep, that's right. A beautifully prepared car. And in fact, a lot of these cars are beautifully prepared, but that's certainly one to have a look at in the pit sometime.
Then you've got Lyndon Watson in car number 5, right alongside Josh Brisbane, Jack Atlee. Then back to position number 12 is another new name I think I haven't seen before. The car number 44, Mark Verdino. That's someone I haven't heard of too long in the series. And
yeah, Mark Verdino is very new to racing, as a couple of these blokes are actually. So there's some very experienced guys up the front and some very, very new to racing guys down the back.
Rounded out by Vlad Kennedy. Richard Howe is very far down the order compared to where we're used to seeing him. Carter Fox and John Venoris. That's your 16 cars that are in this 6-lap race, with thanks to 888 Home Loans and Cam McKinnon and all the team down there doing overtime at the moment, with of course interest rates going up and a lot of customers ringing up looking for a good deal. It's 888 you want to go and see, and right now you want to see the start of the Porsche 944 Challenge, and away we go. Fairly even start between Westaway and Canberra at the beginning of this one. Westaway just edging ahead here. Bella tucks in, and then behind them, look, they've already opened up quite a little bit of a gap in such a very short space of time.
Both very, very good at getting off the line. These cars aren't actually hard to get off the line, but you don't want to stall, otherwise it's going to be a big accident. So most guys choosing a little bit of revs and a little bit of wheel spin just to be safe.
What's the balancing point in these cars? Like, where's the RPM range or the sweet spot to get them off the line by the time you need to drop the clutch? What do you say it is, Eddie?
I reckon if I knew that, I would have been a better finisher.
Well, what did you do when you were starting these off the line? I mean, some people say you want to try and get them up around that 5,000 mark. There's some cars that are sort of different. Do you think it's a little bit too high?
Yeah, it is. Most of these cars, well, it's a control camshaft, and they're not a particularly big cam, so you should be able to walk it off the line with very, very few revs. But as I said, get it wrong and you'll be stuck on the start line with people coming.
Well, nobody's stuck on the start line for this one, but there is a little bit of garbage. They're stuck offline at turn number 8, as here goes Westaway trying to fight back right around the outside of Cameron Bella. The first year not running the number 1 on the car. And these two, I think, are going to go toe-to-toe for a good chunk of this 6-lap encounter. And they're leaving everybody behind them at the moment, as we sort of struggle to see a bit further behind them, because they're chewing up a fair bit of the shot here. What's actually going on behind? They're checking out, and they're almost working together to a degree, but they're also battling each other. But they're not going to probably lose too much lap time, I would suggest, by doing so. There comes the rest of the field. Adam Brewer just caught a glimpse of the orange rear wing on car 31 there, I think, as he's moved up 2 spots at the start. So that's a good start for Adam Brewer, up off the 3rd row of the grid, ahead of Anthony Westaway, and Tony Andreevski's dropped a couple of spots there. Good start for Tim Wolfe as well, up to P6.
A few of these guys would have been hoping for wet weather, and you'll see a bit of disparity between the results today of race 1 and the results of qualifying. So that makes it good fun to watch.
It does. Well, qualifying within the lap times were probably about 10 seconds or so off where they should have been, and that was sort of for most of the second half of the field that went out from about 11 o'clock onwards this morning up until about 12:30. They all had a wet track, or was a wet track, it was a damp track, but it did affect the lap time significantly. And of course, one of the ones we mentioned there about Richard Howe was, it looks like he hasn't actually taken the start of this race. No, he has. He's up to P12. So that's probably one of the things that may have caught Richard Howe out. We're used to seeing him a bit further up the order, sort of in the top half a dozen spots. Maybe he's not a wet weather fan.
He was very unhappy with the car in the wet and really decided to not get too excited about it and just put the car in the grid in one piece.
So actually, he's at the back of this group that we're just on screen at the moment, the white machine with the black and yellow stripe over the top. As on screen now, we've got the number 66, Tim Wolfe, who we mentioned, Pipe Craft entry. Has had a fairly solid start, up a couple of spots. There is Richard Howe in the number 8. Oh, and a big lose for Verdino in the 44. Just manages to get out of the way of Dickie Howe and Vlad Kennedy behind him. So that's a bit of an awkward moment coming down Lukey Heights for the driver of 44, Mark Verdino.
This is only Mark's 3rd race ever in any category. So there's a few guys out there learning, and I guess that's a lesson for him.
It is a learning experience. You take the good with the bad sometimes, I think. You've always got to learn from your mistakes, and probably left the braking, I think, maybe slightly too late. By the time he actually managed to put foot to the brake pedal, it locked up and let go on him and just carried the brake for a little bit too much there. Now, I want your take on something here, Ken, because you know that most of the cars in this field are the left-hand drive variant of the 944s, but there are a couple of right-hand drive cars out there. Actually, we'll have a look at a replay here. So what are we looking at here? We've got the Lyndon Watson machine, car number 5. No, we've actually gone back to live pictures, it looks like. Sorry. I'm going to come back to my original point. Left-hand drive versus right-hand drive. Why is the preference for the drivers the left-hand drive variant? What do they believe is the secret, I guess, in having a left-hand drive car?
These are an inline 4, but they're half of a 9 to 8 V8. So they're a slant motor, and they slant towards the right-hand side. So the idea is that if you can put yourself on the left-hand side, you can balance out the weight. They're also weight limited, so you can add and do add lead weight, but in a right-hand drive car, it's hard to add enough lead to actually balance the car properly.
There you go. So for all of you at home, if you want to join the Porsche 944 Challenge, I'm sure there's a few cars out there that are for sale, and also that people would like to lease out. That's the word on the wire is find yourself a left-hand drive car.
Well, look, to be honest with you, I only ever drove a right-hand drive car.
Oh, there you go. So you're on the opposite side of the scale.
Well, it's just what I bought. But you could actually notice it. At Winton, for instance, which runs the opposite way, it runs clockwise. My car was quicker at Winton than it was anywhere else, and I'm convinced that that was partly due to the weight balance, if you like, or imbalance.
Focusing on the lead battle yet again. Jamie Westaway has just managed to hold Canberra at bay for a couple of laps here as we start the 4th lap. Exiting turn number 2. As I said, both cars, both drivers behind the wheels of these cars going fairly well. Very seasoned campaigners in the 944s over the years.
If I had to guess, I'd say that Cam won't do anything too dramatic until he gets to the end of the race. He'd be happy enough to follow, learn what's happening in front of him, and if he makes a lunge, I reckon it'll be very, very close to the end of the race.
Well, you look at what happened on lap 1, where I think he tried to execute a pass bit early on, realised that it wasn't time to do it, and it sort of just slotted back in and just happy and content to sit there for the moment, as you said. So maybe you're right, maybe thinking a little bit longer term here, looking to pull the trigger a bit later on in proceedings, as we're looking a bit further down the field here, coming down onto corner. We've got the number 35 here, Jack Atley, who's another one of the new drivers on the scene. I think he's only been around for about 18 months or so in the 944s, and tailing him is it John Venoris there as well. It actually looks like John may have dropped out of that battle.
Yeah, I'm not seeing John there, to be honest.
I think he might have actually been just sort of at the back end of shot. He may have dropped and made a bit of a mistake on this lap. A bit further up the field, Tim Wolfe still holding on to P6 here in car 66, doing a great job, having moved up a spot or two from the start. Right on his hammers, Tony Andrzejewski in the number 27, and then Lyndon Watson in the Don Watson Transport entry, tailing them as well. So this is a good little willing scrap as well. So this is what we tend to see in the 944s. There's always a couple little battle groups that materialise over the course of the race, and it sort of stays that way to the line.
Tim Wolfe gets the prize for most distance travelled to race. He's coming from Western Australia, which he does for most of these races when he can. He's missed a lot of races due to the COVID shutdowns of WA, and also Lyndon Watson has also missed a lot of races for different reasons. So both of these guys really trying to find their feet again.
So with Tim Wolfe having travelled all the way from Western Australia, does the car actually live locally in Victoria?
Yes, it does.
There you go. There's a few drivers I think have done the sort of similar thing. I recall it's coming to mind Ken Philby in Formula V. He travelled from Queensland for quite a number of years when the car for Beecham was held down here in Victoria. I haven't actually seen Ken for a while, so if you're watching Ken, hope to see you down here again soon as Lyndon Watson makes a move at Tony Andrzejewski very smartly up the inside at turn 4. That will give him 7th place, and probably not over by any stretch of the imagination between the three of them on screen right now.
There's something like 6 cars in this grid that are being looked after by Bella Motorsport, which is Canberra. So that's a fair percentage of the grid. And the Western Australian boys, of which there's 3 or 4 that come across at times, will come across and normally get their cars looked after by Cam or somebody else who knows what they're doing.
Speak of Canberra, he was looking at a move down there at the final corner on the second to last lap, and maybe just showing the nose, just giving Jamie Westaway a little bit of a warning, saying I'm still here because we've only got 1 lap to go. Now, if the move's going to happen somewhere here, Ken, where do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be down at turn 4?
Well, if it were me, it'd be turn 4. However, to be honest with you, Cam's a much better driver than I am. I reckon he could be doing it even down into MG.
Well, there's a couple of spots to pass on this course, and the other one we saw just recently in the Saloon cars as well is going the long way around at turn 4 if the car you're fighting decides to protect the inside and then trying to hang it round and then take the inside at turn 6. We'll get an indication in the next 2 or 3 seconds if Westaway wants to fight the argument down here at 4, and he holds his line, a little bit of squirming under brakes there on the approach to 4. It's opened the door for Bella, but now Westaway's got the high ground for 6. Up the hill they go for the final time of this 6-lap encounter. Very, very short and sharp race. Bella still right in the wheel tracks here. Now here comes the next part of the course. What you suggested here, Ken, might be up at MG would be probably the final opportunity, I think, for him to have a go.
Whoa,
big
he's done it. I reckon he's got it.
I think he has too. I think that little slide job there from Jamie Westaway was just enough for Bella to seize the opportunity and over and done with. Although Bella's a little bit deep here into MG.
I think you'll be right, because there's no way around. You run blocked and then you can't get past down the straight. Although Jamie's fairly good.
Yep, you've got to get a good run out of turn 11 to really have any shot down here at turn 12, and he hasn't been able to do it. So late mistake from Jamie Westaway on the run up the hill through Hayshed is going to give the race win here to Campbell. Won't be much in it at the flag.
Oh!
Well, hang on a minute.
I don't know who did it.
It's been given to Westaway. It's been given to Westaway by 0.02 of a second. I was with you. I thought it was over.
So did I.
I thought it was over and done and dusted, but a sensational run off the final corner from Jamie Westaway steals it at the line by about a 16th of an inch.
Yep, and tell me that wasn't Formula Ford experience.
That was probably Formula Ford experience. I think you're right, coming to the fore there for Jamie Westaway. What a steal.
What a brilliant job from both drivers. And not a mark on either car.
Not a mark on either car. You took the words right out of my mouth. That's probably one of the closest finishes I think we've seen in Porsche 944s for a little while here at Phillip Island. And Westaway, I think they'll probably two of them will be sweating bullets when they get back to the pits after that. But what a great show.
Yeah, and in all seriousness, if you want some close racing, there's close racing up and down the field in this, and everybody tries to help each other go faster, including these two.
Now, I don't think either of them would know who won that. They're probably not going to have to wait until they get back to the pits to find out. I don't think that there's no radios, I think, with these guys, so they'll be waiting to find what the results are.
Cam will be on radio, and his dad or whoever will have already told him, I reckon.
Oh, well, there you go. I stand corrected. So Jamie Westaway and Cam Bella and Adam Brewer, who had a really good start and moved his way up to P3, held that to the end. Anthony Westaway and Mark Torbett to top 5. You've got Lyndon Watson, who got the better of Tim Wolfe right at the end of that one as well. So that's a good result for Watson, and a fairly good result for Tim Wolfe as well.
There'll be some happy blokes up and down the grid there.
And it looks like everybody finished as well. I know there was one car, it looks like it went a lap down a bit later on in the piece. I couldn't quite see who it was, one of the black and yellow entries, but they were just rounded up by the leaders at Lukey Heights on the last lap. But everybody's home, which is great to see, which hopefully means all the cars will be back out on track tomorrow morning. We'll get to see the Porsches at 11:15 for a scheduled 5-lap encounter. Thank you very much, Ken, for joining me in the box for this one, and look forward to seeing you back out on track soon. When are you getting back on track?
Not you two.
We're all putting the pressure on you.
Thanks for having me.
No worries. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with the sports cars after this.
Without too much further ado, this program is jam-packed with racing. We have got the sports cars out on track. Pretty compact field of sports cars here this weekend, and we don't need too much guesswork to understand why. With Mount P on the map with the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour, you can understand where the sports car teams have found their way to this weekend. But fantastic to see all of these cars that have made their way out on track. So out on track is the sports cars, and Panda Fuels and GKN Drivelines, part of the sponsorship package for this field. It'll be Andy Hall with Jamie Lovett, and I've got to say I am absolutely frothing at the mouth for this race. This was one of the races of the year last year at this round, albeit that Ben Schutz drove off into the distance in the sin for the race win. But Andy Hall and Jamie Lovett raced this weekend last year like it was the last race meeting they were ever going to have. It was absolutely brilliant racing. And the fact that they're both across the front row of the grid, and Ben Schutz is uncharacteristically out of position number 8, and at his in his own words, he said to me, yeah, from bumper to bumper the car wasn't right during qualifying. It was tough conditions for a big high horsepower car like that to be doing it in. But it will be on the second row of the grid, the number 58 of Kepper in there as well. Jacob Lee, Sven Burkhartz, and then we go to the number 7 of Little. Back to Ben Schutz, as I said, uncharacteristically off the fourth row of the grid. Richard Green, Michael Kokonos, who we are seeing in an Audi, not his much touted McLaren, as there is absolutely smoke pouring off the right-hand front wheel of the number 8 launch Audi of Michael Kokonos. Not too sure what's going on there. Gordon Morelli, Jim Manolis back in the Lamborghini, and Robin Bailey in the number 50. The field is nicely formed up. Some of those tail-end cars really need to get a move on to catch up with them. Jim Manolis in the Lambo, and certainly seeing Kokonos come to the pit lane. It's a real shame. Smoke billowing off that right-hand front wheel. And on a warm-up lap, you don't want to see that. The field is set as they make their way down. The lights are red. We're looking for a race start, and away we go. And it is a Porsche benefit out there on track at the moment. Let's see what the Raging Bull and the MG of Bailey can do. But look at that, the Sin ranging right up in behind the Porsche of Jacob Lee as they stream their way through turn number 1. A horrible view up to Lukey Heights, up to Southern Loop there, straight into the sun. If you've got any sort of smears or sandblasting on your windscreen, that will look like it's snowing in front of you through there. This afternoon sun will be absolutely blaring into their visors, and if they haven't got sunglasses or a tinted visor on, they'll be ruining that decision right now. Jacob Lee right out over into the driver's right of the track here. Andrew Hall has got Jamie Lovett. Just go through on him. And there is Ben Schutz into P3 in the Sin. This is what Ben's had to do. He has had to make a massive move on cold tyres. So these two Porsches out in front that were the main protagonists. We watched them for lap after lap, corner after corner at this round last year. It was an immense battle between these two Porsches as we see Ben Schutz now just ranging up into the back of the Porsche there. A guy who ordinarily would have been in the Bathurst 12 hour. He's done a number of them in the Richard Bendel-owned Daytona Coupe 8, and is a very, very strong race car driver. I know you've heard me say that before about Ben, but he really is a brilliant set of hands and feet in a race car. This Sin is not an easy car to drive. Just imagine it's a Bulgarian supercar. And that is what he's doing. I've got Callum Brannigan right alongside me. What are your thoughts about a Bulgarian supercar, Callum?
Well, from what I've seen so far, Darren, it's only positive because it's been an absolute success since being initially imported into the country. He has a look up the inside of Jamie Lovett in that number 16 Porsche. That is a 991.1 car, I believe, in the number 16 car as they come through the Southern Loop for the second time. But that Bulgarian sports car, quite a unique story. Richard Bendel, we've actually got a recording or an interview with him in the bank from Winton, where he was discussing how the car came to be in Australia, meeting the head of Sin in Bulgaria, who happens to be one of the lead BMW dealers over there as well. But the Sin, for what it is, it's pretty good value for
your supercar buck.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And yeah, look, you can see the number 65 car, especially with Ben Schutz behind the wheel, is incredibly versatile. And it's got plenty of pace coming through the hay shed. There is a lot of dirt on the track to the driver's left-hand side, but they are negotiating that nice and safely. But this is perhaps the strongest we've seen the Porsches so far in season 2022. Obviously, we're looking forward to the 40-minute mini endurance race coming up tomorrow afternoon. But the battle between Lovett and Schutz, if this is anything to go by so far this weekend, definitely looking forward to a much longer race tomorrow. But this will be a great visual representation between the Porsche power plant, flat 6 in the back of the Porsche, a 7-litre V8 in the back of the Sin, or mid-mounted 7-litre V8 in the Sin R1 as they come charging down towards turn 1. Lovett's got the inside line, very close between those two. Schutz shuts the door. That was great.
There's a bit of Ben Schutz bravery right there. He could see that white car, and thanks to the front 3 runners in this race for all being essentially white liveried cars, makes it really easy. Thanks.
Darren, you're wearing new glasses. You should be able to spot these things.
That's right. Yeah. They're all white on the screen, aren't they? So Andy Hall, he's ranging in the back of this. This is the 991, the first of that generation, and it's very difficult to pick just from where we are. It's a slight evolution of the model. It's just a tune-up on the mousetrap that Porsche did. The next generation, the current generation Cup cars are the ones that there's been some massive advances in. But these two Porsches, like I said, last year at this race meeting, these two cars we're looking at here, and they were chasing Ben Schutz, albeit that Ben hadn't started out of 8th position. So there's your Mechanical Marvel Award in this race already. Ben Schutz out of 8th. And he was all at sea in qualifying. In his own words, he was very disappointed in his own ability to try and bring something out of that car. And the wet Andy Hall looks to the inside of the number 16 at Jamie Lovett. And this is what we've been waiting for from these two. A little bit of swapping of positions. No swapping of paint yet. But certainly have a look at this as we come around into the afternoon sun. That would be absolutely horrendous inside these race cars. In fact, it's probably worse for Ben Schutz. He's got the longer sloping front windscreen on that, and it will just look like he's driving into a snow blizzard. But down into turn 1 they go. Lovett takes the position back for number 2 on the road. No answer there from Andrew Hall in a straight line. So, straight line handling wins out for the number 16.
That's a mega exchange between those two. I thought Andy Hall had Lovett covered coming onto the main straight, but Lovett, he's been nailing his apexes so far in this race, especially coming through the hay shed. You can just see he's got that car on the apron to the right-hand side, riding the ripple strip. Absolutely beautiful. So he's nailing his braking points and apexes so far. What's going on with Lee? He's currently sitting in 4th position as he's going past the screen. And Sven Burkhart's having a great battle as well with Kepper. So we've got quite a few Porsches in varying technical configurations. But obviously a massive legacy for Porsche in sports car racing, and they will re-enter the premier sports car endurance race in the World of Le Mans 24-hour in just a couple of seasons' time as well, in conjunction with Penske. So we're very much looking forward to the Porsche story continuing in sports cars.
Here's the beauty of modern technology. Our live streaming via BLTV here at round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for the sports car race is being beamed into race control at Mount Panorama. Big g'day to Dave Stillwell, who has a seat up there doing something in race control that he probably should be watching other than the live streaming here from Phillip Island. But from sports cars down south here, bordering on Bass Strait, to a really cold and foggy Mount Panorama this weekend for the Likamoli Bathurst 12-hour. We wish everyone all the best tomorrow in that mega race. For me, it's the most special race at Mount Panorama all year long. I know everyone will put a stamp on the 1,000, but certainly the 12-hour is a world-class event. Have a look at these two. Lovett and Hall They're wishing they could stay with Shoots, but right now they're wishing that one of them would stay in front. Andy Hall, a great drive off turn 2. That's fantastic. They're going to go side by side. Massive trust between these two protagonists. Lovett goes out wide, puts it down the inside of the corner. Andy Hall gives him all the respect that he deserves, leaves the corner for him there. He can take it, but he will fight back. That is for sure. Coming out of Siberia. This is where Andy Hall's been able to get the power down nicely. There it is again. Lovett runs wide. Hall puts the nose in, and a little bit more very gentlemanly racing.
Square exits is the keen for Lovett. So you can see a slightly different line, the wider line, with a late apex coming through Siberia has enabled him to stretch the legs just a little bit coming through Hayshed. So there's a 2 Porsche car length gap between the leaders at the moment, but under brakes, that car of Andy Hall is absolutely mega. So the 130, nowhere to go, unfortunately. He's got Lovett parked on the apex, but look how close they are coming through turns 11, the long left-hander through turn 12 coming on to the main straight. Shoots has absolutely shot off down into the lead, but coming onto the main straight for the penultimate time. Their side-by-siders are coming past our static camera on the bridge. It's Andy Hall that time around. I dare say I can't call who's going to be leading this battle on the final lap.
A big shout out to Racy Logistics. Wow, that car of Hall, he can put it wherever he wants. The setup done before they disappeared up to Bathurst for the weekend on this car, and he's able to move it around. The number 16 is also doing a brilliant job. That's all about the driver at the moment, but Andy Hall is well in tune with everything about his car at the moment. He's able to put it where he wants to, but I guess it's just this little bit more, I'm going to say, like you said, Callum, a little bit more squaring it off and being able to do a little bit more brave with it, or a little bit more, let's say, ostentatious with it, whereas Andy Hall's sweeping his car around, able to fill the gaps where he wants. Maybe a little bit avant-garde, as Dave would say.
There
He goes around. I'm pumping up his tyres. Tyres need air. And he just goes spearing off. And look at this. He's going to do a bit of rally style too. Keep your mind about you, Andy Hall. You don't want to be ripping any splitters off there. What a shame. What a shame. The GKN driveline, pan of fuel, sports cars here in the Victorian Championship. Maybe just a little bit too tag hoy, or a little bit too avant-garde.
Just a little bit brave going through there. So that's unfortunate for him. That's a great battle, but it's certainly something to look forward to tomorrow for the 40-minute mini endurance race coming up. Still a great battle between Burkhart's and Kepper as they come through Lukey Heights. Just a handful of corners to go, but it will be Ben Shoots in the Sin R1 who takes out race 1 of the Victorian Sports Cars, followed by Jamie Lovett. A fantastic second position there, defending beautifully from the car of Andy Hall. And that's Jacob Lee home in third position as well, so he benefits from that exchange between those two. Sven Burkhartz just takes fourth position. A tiny gap between that's 3/100ths of a second between Burkhartz and Kebber across the line there as well. And Andrew Hall able to consolidate sixth position after falling off the circuit all on his own. Little home in seventh position, Manolis in eighth position. It's great to have him back featuring on the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series bill. And that is Green home as well. He comes home in ninth position. We're expecting Gordon home in 10th position as well in another Porsche. So fantastic opening race of the weekend for the sports cars. I've said it many times before, but tomorrow is the 40-minute mini enduro.
You certainly have. Thank you very much, Callum, for all of your assistance. And a ripping race there. Obviously, Jamie Lovett held on to take P2, but Ben Shoots out of position 8, wins the race by 6.1 seconds. And with that race win, he gets the opportunity to promote the Harrop 4-hour state racer race at Winton on 10th of September. Cars eligible, improved production cars, 3E, BMW E30s, Porsche 944s, Saloon cars and invited cars on September the 10th. Join Ben Shoots and his team. Check it out at raceworkpromotions.com.au. We've got historic touring cars and HQs making their way out on track. Dave Amor, the avant-garde man of Victorian motorsport, will be making his way onto the microphone. I'm going to have a cough and a break for about 5 seconds and we'll be back with more racing. Welcome back, and boy oh boy, this is the sort of motorsport I love. He just waved the checkered flag. We don't even hand the trophies over to the winners of the last race, and we've got the next race out on track, and a really classy way to close out day number 1 of round 3 with my old mate Dave Amor and the HQs, and of course the historic touring cars. Welcome back to commentary, Dave. Your thoughts of the day? We obviously started off with very wet conditions, but have a look at this now. This is ideal.
It is quite good, mate, but I tell you what, that wind is absolutely freezing. I tell you, out there standing in it. So, for a bloke like you that's built like you, mate, T-shirt, not a problem.
Yeah, I could actually put the shorts on. It's that balmy in the commentary booth right now.
Yeah, well, it always is, mate. We get two egos. All right, now this is going to be interesting.
And I'll throw mine 2 into it as well, and let's see how it goes. 4 commentators for this race.
Yeah, that's it, 4 big men. But it's got to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We've got this race happening
Dave
late this
Amor,
afternoon.
that's him. Turn around and smile.
G'day, everyone. How are you? Oh, geez.
Gee, look at that. Got a bit of FaceTime on the camera, eh? Completely forgot what I was saying.
Yeah. Whoops, I should have breathed in, but oh well, you get everything. All right, now this will be quite interesting. It's late in the day. We'll see. We'll get our 5 laps in, hopefully. But Andrew Magilton this morning, absolutely a cutting above the rest, you might as well say. Done it quite easily. Gavin Ross a fair way behind him. Andrew McLeod, keep an eye on him. He doesn't like a slippery track or a greasy track. It's going to be dry. It's going to be cold. Keep an eye on his car. Glenn McDonald in the 87 car, the Ready Rose car. That sponsorship deal's been going for over 20 years, so absolutely fantastic. Tony Maloney, I call him a frisbee. You don't know which way he's got to shoot as he comes out of any corner. Ryan Woods, Eric Hill, Banksy that was on pole this morning is back a fair way in 8th position. We've also got Kenner and also Michael Ling. Michael Ling in the 170 car, Perry Beckers, and also Andrew Lawton in the 35 car. So the HQ's got to be interesting, but I tell you what, the NCs, mate, they should be very, very quick, and it'll be quite interesting if that Hemi can get off the line and get into turn 1 first.
Yeah, I agree actually, because he certainly had the pace. The rest of the lap, didn't he? Like it was just it was one out of the line there. Darren Collins also drove a brilliant race too. They were moving the cars around a fair bit, so we'll see how Darren Collins goes out of pole position. Then it'll be Glenn Miles, Wayne Rogerson, Paul Muleman. Back to the 25 of Justin Brown in the 2002, James McNiven in the 38. Jim McNiven, Jim Monday, and then we go back to William Trengove in the number 15. So we'll have them all launch away at the same time. I apologise, I made the mistake this morning. I thought the second field, being the HQs, were going to be held for 5 seconds, but makes sense, all go at the same time. You'd have to put up 650 horsepower versus 645 horsepower for the HQs. No, seriously, what is the HQ's horsepower rate?
Horsepower range, around about 140 horsepower.
Plenty, absolutely plenty. Look at that, the 6-pack goes because the 97 Camaro disappears into wheel spin. The RX3 ranges right up on Trengove in the BMW, and the 6-pack's going to lead it down into turn 1. You could almost say it's a HQ leading down there with the 6-pack, couldn't you?
Yeah, mate, nothing wrong with a good 6-pack. As you know, Darren, we're not all kegs like yourself, but as we go down in turn 1, coming out of turn 2, this will be very, very interesting. Can he get a little bit of a gap? The tyres are very cold, very damp, no heat in them. It'll be interesting whether the 6-pack can just be real smooth, or whether the guy in the 96 car will actually light them up and get it all happening.
Let's have a look. There it is. There's the Falcon Sprint down the back of the field of the Tourers there. The number 15, Bill Trengove in the Ford Falcon Relay Sprint. Looking good, looking strong. Of course, Jim Richards had a massive time in the TCM regulations, which are a lot different to these cars. These are run in proper period rules and regulations, whereas the TCM cars are fairly much like sports sedans. But certainly these cars are as they ran in the day. And at the moment, Darren Collins is trying very hard to get onto the back of Glenn Miles. Glenn Miles is doing a brilliant job. Dave, you're involved with HQs. How hard is it these days to have a car that was built late 60s, early 70s to keep running them as a race car?
Mate, it's getting a lot harder. What you got to realise is in 91, 92, there was over 650 HQs running throughout Australia. Right, there was over 400,000 of them built, and there was plenty of spares. the Thunderdome took away a fair few cars, and also did flat track. But we've still got some 300 logbooks in Australia for HQ Racing. There was only some 89 that actually raced last year because of COVID, as you know. We've all got issues and problems with that. But hopefully we can bring a lot more of them back out and bring it a lot better. So let's hope for HQ Holdens, mate. It's affordable, it's excitement, it's family orientated, and most importantly, it's value for money.
Certainly is. Talking about exciting. Look at the front of this Group Enfield with Paul Muleman in this magnificent-looking Mustang. He's wringing the neck of it, as are these two, the 70 and the 38. The cameras have loved these two Mazdas today, and they really have been turning it on. And this is absolute period correct for these things. The RX2s were pretty handy bits of kit. Can't wait for the RX3s to become eligible and get a couple of those coupes and four-doors out there, that if there's any of them left that have survived the terrors of time with Japanese cars and things called rust. But they managed to get Alphas to survive, so maybe some Mazdas can too.
Well, that's for sure. And that one of Jim McNamara, the Auto Pro car, if you want to put the name with the face, with the business, mate, he's in his 70s. Absolutely loved it. He's pumped and all the rest, and he's out there having some fun. So I would say almost this weekend, I reckon Dick Howe could be the oldest one out there. Chaz Talbot will be very, very close as well.
And they're not mucking around either. They both give a red-hot go at it.
Mate, they're having a fair dinkum go. I said, Dick, how you going, old fellow? He said, steady on that. I'm only 79. Mate, and he's still in the top 5.
I'm trying to remember how long Murray Carter was at Tills. He's only just pulled the pin too. They've had 2-3 seasons ago. Look at that big slide now in the Falcon. That's not how you make the tyres last, Bill. You've got to bring this thing home. Number 15, here we go. Here's the Mulliman
Have a look at this, mate. We've got a V8 and we've got that little black thing behind him, mate. The only thing's the same as the colour.
Yeah,
now
well,
have a look
12,
at this.
12A rotary in the number 70.
Yep.
And Wayne Rogerson at the wheel. Jim McNiven. And Trengover's got through on McNiven. He's going to go down the inside now as well and gets him as well. We've got a massive spin in the HQs over at MG corner.
Ryan Woods, yep.
Oh, it's a shame. Ryan was in the mix in the race earlier today.
He certainly was. And just having a look at these HQs here, Andrew Magilton's got a bit of a gap. Andrew McLeod's coming under fire from Banks, the pole setter. And then we've got the Ready Roast car, of Glenn McDonald.
Muleman with the lights ablaze now. Trengover's gone through on the beautiful black Mustang there as well. And we've got Rogerson looking to go through with him. So the Mustang having a little bit of a problem there, crowding the corner. Now here's the HQs. This has been a battle royale. There's the side, the Ready Rooster car that Dave Amor was just referencing. And we are going for it here. The number 87. He's currently 12th on the road. He's 4th in the race for the HQs.
He certainly is, and that's a pole setter right in front of him, the 76 car, Banks. Now Andrew Magilton trying to squeeze it down the inside there of Honda. Coming up to Siberia, and that's in Australia. It's not overseas, ladies and gentlemen, when we say Siberia. But it is that far away.
On days like today, it's a little bit like the salt mines down there, I'm sure.
That's for sure. As you can see, the cameras are making it look like it's late in the afternoon, which it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost 5 to 5. Victorian time, Eastern Standard Time, whatever you want to call it.
And we are on the edge of the continent here. We're looking straight over to Tasmania. So,
how many racetracks or how many camera angles? They've got a beautiful camera angle coming out of Siberia, looking at the race cars and the ocean. So you know exactly where we are, ladies and gentlemen. You can almost pick Phillip Island because of the water.
Have a look at this shot. Look at that. Melbourne, Australia, underneath the bridge, out over Bass Strait. Thank you, Director, for going on the straight shot.
Yeah, occasionally they work for us, not against us.
There we go. Bill Trengove now into P3 on the road. Muleman seems to have found his mumbo again, as does the McNiven RX2, the 38. And he starts to just fall. 70's falling back into the clutches of McNiven there at the moment. So Rogerson gave it a red-hot go. Having to listen to the noise coming out of those two RX2s. 12A powered. And this is not going to ever end well when you've got a Mustang going side by side with a 12A powered rotary. Probably gives up about 4,000 cc's and about 250 horsepower between them. But have a look at them wringing the neck. These great little Japanese race cars. And there's a German race car up against some HQs that are storming on through. There's Banksy in the number 76, trying to return there into the front row. Well, still on the front row, had pole, is now into second place.
Third, Jilton's in front, remember?
I reckon he's got two of the harder guys in HQs to try and get past as well.
He certainly has, and won't surprise me if Banksy can get a... Oh, well, here we go. Look at that, right on cue. I reckon Banksy can go really, really deep, which he has. He's got some massive big brakes under him.
This 2002 here is obviously as part of the historic touring race, but is featuring in this race. Can absolutely weigh in on this as well. They all took off the line at the same time, and I reckon he's having a bit of a good old time. Yeah, he could take different lines to the HQs.
Yeah, his panels are probably worth a bit more than ours, but...
I don't know, I reckon there'd be a different argument about that right now.
Well, there is if you want a really good one, but keep an eye on Banks. We've got one lap remaining, I understand.
Yep.
So the checkered flag is in the hand of the
checkered flag waver?
Yeah, the waver, the guy who makes a good day or a bad day of your race. I'm not sure which way around it is. But we're just having a look here. The HQs are going down in the MG. They're coming out there. Geez, McLeod's right on the back of Banks there. Keep an eye on him, as you can see there. We've gone back a little bit. We've also got Tony Maloney and also Perry Beckers. So they come onto the front straight, ladies and gentlemen. This is in third gear. They're only a 3-speed gearbox on these. Around about probably 5.2, 5.3 coming onto the front straight in third gear.
Just for those at home, 5.2, 5.3. 1,000 RPM, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, not 100, 1,000. And then at turn one, we should be doing around about 5.8, 5.9 if you want to go fair dinkum.
Oh, pretty fair dinkum revs in a 202, that's for sure. Here's our race leader, Darren Collins. Didn't get the ideal start off the line. In fact, what he did was he scrubbed about 3 millimetres of old rubber off the tyres he's using and found some fresh rubber. And by the time he got to turn one, he was able to apply the pressure to Glenn Miles, who had a ripping start in the Charger. And love to see that Charger doing so well. The fact that it's still coming second in the race and sat on the front row of the grid is just brilliant. And not taking anything away from Darren Collins as he points his car at that beautiful setting sun. Have a look at the pink sky out over there. And there's the checkered flag, and that will round out our last race for the day, as part of round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the historic touring cars. We're about to see the final protagonists in the HQs, and here they come.
Yeah, Andrew Magilton out in front. Andrew McLeod has got back in front of Steve Banks. Keep an eye on Steve Banks. I reckon Steve Banks' car's handling a little bit better coming onto the front straight.
Who's this guy?
That's Andrew Magilton and
14
car. That's it. Then we've got McLeod, Banks. Behind Banks, we've got, just trying to get it right here. See, the screen's half of the thing going. I should have pushed the coat.
Yeah, the cough button. That's
the cough button, that's it. Beckers, Ross, Hill, Ryan Woods, Lawton, Kenner and Ling. Ling in the 171 car. Coming onto the front straight. Here we go from second into third gear. Bang, right there. And away we go. We got 140 horsepower, 6-cylinder Holden, single carby, disc brake front end, drums on the back, 3-speed, not on the column, most of them on the floor now, Darren, so even you can drive it. And the checkered flag, here we go. What an absolute fantastic, very, very close, very good. McDonald in there for fourth, Beckers, Tony Maloney, good to see him. Gavin Ross has gone backwards a little bit. He said, David, look, it just hasn't got the mobo. What are you looking at, pointing at, mate? You're trying to count
6 cars in under a second to the line.
Yep,
6 cars in under 1 second.
Yep, that's good, isn't it? And that's what you want.
Oh, no. That's the McNiven car.
Yes, yep, yeah, he's just
coming onto the straight, thrown it away.
Well, but you say it on the front straight. I reckon
that's
turn 1.
Turn 2.
Turn 2, is it?
Yeah, no, it's turn 2. There he is.
Yep.
He's had the
afterburners
coming
on
around there. Oh, that's a shame. Ooh, that's a pretty fast exit of the track, isn't it?
Yep.
It's not what you want to see. Well, round it out. Dave Amor, thank you so much for your time here today. It'll be great to see and hear you again tomorrow for some more HQ racing. Fantastic race there. Darren Collins wins over Glenn Miles, Bill Trengo over Mulliman, Rogerson Monday, Magilton home first in the HQs, McLeod. Then we go to McLeod, Banks, McDonald, Perry Beckers, Tony Maloney, Gavin Ross and Hill round out our contenders. A beautiful scene here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Can't wait to see you all here alive and well tomorrow morning for first race of the day. We'll be on air at about 5 minutes past 9. Join us with all of the action from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. I'm Darren Smith. Catch you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, no the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. The motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear.